Brother, what's up, man?
Hey, hey, hey.
What's good? I was just watching a video.
I saw that. What you thought about that little 10-minute spiel?
Man, I just let it play a couple of times, man, because it was the truth. You out there speaking the truth, man.
What's up? Yeah, man. I'm tired of so many people getting caught up with what they think are silver bullets.
Right.
And not expecting that you need the knowledge behind it. I mean, you may not have the experience, but you need the knowledge, bro. You can't. Like you can't run on a football field and never played football. Like you're gonna get dominated.
Right. Gonna get ran over.
Yeah.
Right. Or you're gonna get railroaded, right?
Like real quick.
Right. That was the truth, man. It's like, like I was just listening to another one, like and Pooh was talking about, man. There's no better teacher. There's no better teacher than experience. And if you're getting railroaded in court, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to light a fire up on your ass to actually get it out of that courtroom and actually learn what the hell's going on. Because that's what happened to me. Because, like I'm in there watching this, the Yusuf rant, what's the nature and cause, and I go in there and do it, and then the same thing happens. Nothing. And like you were saying, it's like, hey, the judge is sitting up there. The judge is sitting up there executing because you are not. You know.
Exactly. And you know uh, uh, the
What's up?
the thing is that you know can you hear me?
Yeah, it's kind of breaking up, but it might be
Yeah,
me.
yeah. I stepped away a little bit. Uh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, okay. Yeah, a lot of times people, um, if they don't have any experience in a courtroom, you know, there's no way for you to know what someone's talking about. Like it sounds familiar. It sounds like, yeah, it's supposed to be this. Yeah, try that. But it's like, if you've never been in a courtroom, it don't matter how many TV shows you don't watch. It don't matter how many friends went to court.
Right.
You're never gonna understand.
And not only that, but they ready for all of it too, because they be having like conventions and you know what I mean, secret meetings. They be
Uh-huh.
going, they be renting halls in hotels, and they be talking about how do we deal with these people because they're figuring it out.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Sonny?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there we go. There we go. It just wasn't showing the blue ring, so I wasn't sure. For as far as I know that people have their own beliefs about, religion. Hopefully, it's not religious. Hopefully, it's spiritual. About God and things. But my biggest piece of advice I could give is, know that you're of God, and those positions are fictions, and the buildings came from man, and aren't we men and women? My biggest suggestion would be to ground and pray, but not to a judgmental outside God, but to the one that makes you from itself, and fear is the opposite of love, and just keep that in your heart. Know that, you are the power. Have them slow down when they're speeding through fifth gear, talking to the stenographer. They have to listen, and just, and if they get upset, obviously they have an emotional or financial, inclination to the case. And why is that? Aren't they just supposed to be adjudicating? And know also, guys, if those of you who are listening, those shows are bullshit.
100%. 100%.
Those studies, I mean, not studies, but those cases that go on national television, the cocaine doing Amber Turd, and the what's the other one, OJ Simpson, like those things are put on blast because they're going to mislead you. And I
Hmm.
mean, also at the time, they're to distract you from something else going on, you
Yep.
know. And especially when everything is in cohesion, everything in the media is together. know that whatever they're together against is probably a good thing,
Right.
Yep.
you
Right.
know?
Yep.
So
Conspiracy. That's a real conspiracy right
well,
there.
I wouldn't even I would I would try to refrain from using that word,
Right.
because it
Uh-huh.
was nothing against you, brother.
Right.
But there was that term conspiracy theorists was used to discredit critical thinkers. My father told me, may he rest in not rest in peace, but may you have a good adventure on the next plane. He used to say that um, what is it? I just lost the train of thought. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second, guys.
Mm-hmm.
The only dumb question is the one you don't ask, because truth will stand for itself. It doesn't need a defense, you
Absolutely.
know. So just keep those things in mind, guys, and also that knowledge is God as well, and it's just there. And also, I hope I don't ever come across like this, and if I do, I apologize. But don't ever let it be about you what you share. Do that freely and with the full heart, and you will be protected.
Sir. Yes, sir.
100%.
I would say this though, like I agree with everything, but I like in using the word conspiracy, it wouldn't be in theory, it would be in fact,
Yeah.
and because
It's conspire, ac,
right,
e.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
They
And,
holding you back. Sorry.
yeah. A couple of years ago, I actually came across 3 books. I don't know if y'all ever heard about. I think it was Sarcha Falls. I don't know if y'all ever heard about that author or a group of authors. They
Mm-mm.
released some books and then they just ghosted. They just, I don't know. I don't know what
What books are
happened.
those so I can write them down?
The one that I remember is called Knowledge of the Three Minds.
Well, say that one more time, please.
The one that I remember is called Knowledge of the Three Minds.
Okay, nice. Thank you.
Uh, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna dig up when I get back inside and see if I could because I know I scanned that book was so important to me. I scanned it and I said if I lose a physical copy, I want to have the digital version. So I put it back together as a PDF. But it's funny because they broke down conspiracy, and
Ah,
it don't matter how you put those words together, it
Hmm.
still works itself out. Whether it be you're trying to make it look good, you're trying to make it look bad, either way, if good or bad uses it, it still holds its value, right?
What do
It's
you mean?
basically
It's I kind of mean the connotation. Is it connotation or yeah? I'm talking about the connotation. Like, for instance, like when you give yourself a title, like you say, I'm anxious. There are
Mhm,
adjectives that go with that are chained to it that you subconsciously feel and accept by saying
mhm.
that title. So with a con word, like it's still going to have the same energy, and that's I mean, I try to make everything work for me, but it's the intention of why it's used. I think that goes more towards your side. But I don't know, I just see con words and I try to reword them.
Right, because of the association with the energy of some of those words, right?
correct.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. But when you look at and I get that sometimes you have to break things down, right? Get the etymology of the root word and what's associated with it, the
Absolutely,
energy.
because of the black magic of English.
Yep, absolutely.
Right.
Sometimes you still have to look at the combination itself, the structure, right? How is it being portrayed in reality right now? Not just the broken part of it or the separated portions. So it's just like if you have, well, very bad example, but if you use the double negatives that create a positive in math or sometimes even in life, you can't use the one side to create a
Ooh,
positive,
can I
right?
can I ask can I ask you something?
Sure.
So you just gave me like a revelation, so I wanted to immediately say it before I forget. You said two negatives make a positive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And fear is the opposite of love, right?
Right.
So in the dark, fear would be like loss of hope, absence of love. And so since it's two negatives together, wouldn't that be not loneliness? The presence of love for having been two beings made from the same, you know, source? I just thought that was funny that I've only now noticed that. And I mean, yeah, it's in words, but words are matter too. You know,
Absolutely. And then
it's crazy.
the other part of that though that you just mentioned, the darkness, right? The loneliness, the separation of everything, right?
Yes.
In order for us to know what light is, we have to know what darkness is.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
Right.
So it's only in that knowledge of fullness that we can appreciate both of them and know that everything comes from darkness, right? From the earth comes life.
Yeah.
From the deepness of water still springs life. Because look at this, you could dig a hole. I mean, I've tried this too. You could dig a hole that's wide enough, at least I would say 2 to 3 feet in diameter, right, or bigger, and just let rainwater fill that hole up. And over time, life is gonna spring from that water. You're gonna see fish in there.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna see
Yep.
frogs. You're gonna see mosquitoes. All sorts of life come from just that empty hole you just dug,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
So
Mhm.
even if someone attaches something negative to something, right, over time,
Oh,
this is gonna get overpowered by the positive energy because everything's
yes, absolutely,
in life.
absolutely.
Like what you said about these court cases, they're all bullshit. But in shoving that shit, shoving that down our throats, we end up finding the truth.
Yeah.
Yep.
It forces us, yeah.
Yeah. Everything will be made to come to light. Be made to come to light.
Right?
Hmm.
Yep.
And if I never went into that courtroom, I wouldn't have never taken this path.
True.
So I'm thankful for it.
Yeah.
In a roundabout way.
Hmm. And, I had a court case once, like my second court case, and I tell you, I was so pumped up. I'm ready to go, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna get him this time. And
Right.
man, I went up in there. Of course, y'all know they leave you for the last. Anything that you put in your case that's gonna put anything in someone's mind that's there, they're gonna leave you until the last.
Yep. Because they don't want anybody else to hear what you have to say as well.
Exactly, man. When I say they shut that crap down so fast
Oh yeah.
and got me out of there. And I was like, wait a minute, what the heck just happened? And I even filed I learned about some other um it's like a panel of judges that oversee the judges. So if you feel like you've been wronged, you can make a report to this panel and they can investigate the case. And even they said they didn't see any wrongdoings
Of course.
simply because I did not cite any laws. I did not cite the violations that they had. I'm just saying
Yep.
that because I had a possible due process violation, I feel like I was wronged.
Yep.
But they want specifics, and and that's the other thing. They're in these offices, and they're not helping. If you're a layman, if you don't know the basics, they are not going to help
Ooh.
you.
I have a comment about that.
Hmm.
This just came to me. If there is that law difficult, I just met you, brother, so I didn't, I just want to reference difficult real quick.
Yep.
So diff, if there's a law in every state that basically states that you are required to know all 60 million statutes, codes, laws, and also everything in the registry, um, shouldn't that also be applied? Because equal justice for all, right? So shouldn't that also mean that they should know it? So that should negate you from having to quote the things as long as you know the things. I haven't heard of anybody using that in a quick case. So I want us to write that down because in all of my study, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I mean, I never heard of having to watch a trial before going to trial either. But that's what they did to me, so I just got up and left. So like to me, I'm the one that makes it difficult because you guys work for me, right? But now if you're
Yeah.
making it difficult for me, I'm not showing up. But
Right.
then the only thing about that, man, they'll send their dogs after you, and they'll just drag you right back.
Well, we'll see
Yep.
if they do.
Well, I think one of the things we have to learn is to be, I don't want to use that word, But if you find a better one, let me know.
Uh-huh.
I think you have to be as slick as how they come, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And the only way we can do that, really and truly, because remember, this is not just a judge. This is not
I think
just a prosecutor.
I think this
This
should be
is
slick, but on the opposite side. Like they're slick for the faulted. We
right.
should be as slick, but in love. You know what I mean? Like for instance, come through, thank them for their time, and but knowing right behind your lips are the daggers to shut the shit down. And if you come with a love of your brother, whether or not they're faulted, they're a brother. And present yourself in that way with the slickness. I think that's more how it should be utilized
Oh,
Right.
absolutely. Always be respectful. Always
instead of
show
joining them.
show them. Yeah. What do they call it? They call it you set the standard, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Because they're feeding off of your energy too.
Yep. Yeah.
So
Good faith and clean hands. Absolutely.
exactly, because one of their presumptions that they come with is that you're not innocent because of the presumptions that they have about you before you even got in there.
Yeah. Like what bullshit is it that it's guilty and not guilty? It carries the same energy, right? Why isn't it innocent? Guilty
Thank
and
you.
not guilty.
Thank you. Whatever happened to innocent, right?
Right.
Right.
And like when people say you're not wrong, I hate that. I'm
But
not trying to be correct. I just don't like hearing that.
right, because it has a negative connotation to it,
Right.
right? Negative energy. But here's the thing though, if we get slick with the questions, right?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, let's use that example. You walk in, or they call your name, you're there, whatever, and they go, "How do you plead? Guilty or not, or not guilty?" Well, first of all, that's not the only scenario that's here. First of all, I
Yep.
am a man standing here, and second of all, why do I have to answer your question without even knowing who you are?
Thank you.
Right.
How do I address you? What is your name? Because he's going to say Judge so and so and this and that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not your name.
Well,
That's your title.
right. If you say, "Can you please? Is it possible for you to provide identification so that we may know for sure on the record who you are?"
Right.
Right? Because anyone could say any name, and it's been known that judges have falsified records before, a lot of times actually. Right? That's public knowledge. So it's in the questions that we ask, I think, is where a lot of remedy is going to come. Because if they don't want to answer, what are they going to do? They're going to make up a situation to dismiss the
Hmm.
case or to drop the
They're gonna
charges.
they're gonna try to like threat contempt, which I mean, but you can't threaten. You can't really use contempt if you're just asking questions. How could you be aggressive when you're just asking questions and you want the answer? Aren't they being more aggressive because they're avoiding it and then threatening? You
No,
know?
no. I'll tell you why. Because they're not under penalty of
Yes.
perjury.
But then you can hold them. You can hold them to their oath, accept their oath.
No, you can't.
Since when?
The only way you can hold them is if you charge them or you make an allegation against them and you have a case against them. You like in their house, which is their courtroom, if they're
But
not
it.
named on the document
Mm.
and they're only administering the documents, because really and truly all you say is going on a document, unless you put it on the record, which again is going in a record or a document.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, always say on the record
Right. Well, you
or
want to
for the
make
record.
sure they confirm it's on the record.
Yes, I do, and yeah.
So once they say, yes, this is going to be a quarter record, you say, hey, I just want to make sure that I'll be provided a stenographic copy or a recorded copy, etc. Whatever it is, you want to make sure he says, yes, you'll be provided a copy. Because that's the other thing. They can deny you a copy, unfortunately, after the fact. You don't want that, right? So
That's a violation. Sorry, I had to mute. His car was driving past. But that's a violation of all kind of rights right there. If they withhold that information.
absolutely. But
I got
again, the only way, and that's why I posted that in the group. I said, well, the only way they're going to stop anything is if you start hurting that pocket or you start hurting their reputation,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Will your bonds be able to withstand the financial impact of this case here today?
Well, that's now considered a threat
No,
to
it's a
question.
question.
Yeah, the question. I don't care how you take it. That's
Yeah.
just the question.
And why, sir? Why are you getting aggressive about that? Isn't it a question? I just want to know. I'm curious. You know, keep an inquisitive, calm voice.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, exactly. And the judge says it to you all the time. Well, sir, that's
Yep.
how it's done here. Sir, sir, it's not about your feelings, sir. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Is it all of a sudden about your feelings when it, you know, when it's not about mine?
Thank
Right.
you.
Well, I just approach it a little bit of a different way, because if you bring up, let's say, for example, something that's not tied to a procedure, a rule, a regulation, or something like that, the judge can go off so many tangents. Like I don't like giving them no room to be talking outside of the scope. So
Right.
when we introduce emotional stuff, like, why are you being aggressive? I would say, are you being aggressive, judge? Because this tone of voice doesn't sound like normal speaking people, right?
It could
That's gonna
incite
throw
what
him
is it?
off.
Yeah, isn't it? It can incite what is it? Anarchy, or maybe it's not. I don't think it's anarchy. What are the words? Incite rebellion and oh,
Controversy.
God. Well, yeah, controversy.
Yep.
Or retaliation, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and that's the thing. If you, so one of the other things here, I want to mention this before I forget it. When you get in there, as soon as they start talking, if you say, I just want to make sure that there are no unspoken presumptions that are on the record or being used today, right?
And I reserve all my rights.
That is going to throw them off. Because remember, everything is presumption. So if it isn't said or written where you can review it, they can't use it because you don't said it. You don't believe there is any. So if someone don't come up and say, well, yeah, there are presumptions, then it doesn't exist.
I tell you what they do nowadays. They just say, okay, let's just schedule you for a trial and discuss it then.
Yeah.
Isn't request the same as require?
No.
Right. Well,
Mm-mm.
I thought really. I thought that was like jargon, legal jargon for require. Hold on, let me look that up.
No. A request is an ask, right?
Well,
So
I know normally it's an ask, but I thought in court it was a require. Like
Like,
like may is must. Like
yeah,
may to us is might, but in court it's a must.
it's a must. Yeah.
well, that's if you're using their definitions. Remember,
Yeah, but we can ask for their diction source. You know. Yeah.
right? And you could also throw out all of these tricks that they have if you say, or if you demand that the proceeding be administered, or however way you want to put that, in plain language, because there's a plain language doctrine that is
Really?
now available to everyone.
Could they deny that,
No,
or
they cannot.
can they do their little three off tangent trickery
No,
shits? They have to do it immediately.
they have to do it immediately because now it's a part of court procedure.
Plain language doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So now they can't use legalese, they can't use presumptions, they can't use these little tricks that they come with, using one word and it means five other things
Right.
based on what they think or they want to use. And they'll
Also,
tell you,
we can make them slow down when they're going fifth gear to the stenographer. Oh wait, I think I said that earlier.
mm-hmm.
Yep. Then that's a big thing. A big thing.
Yeah, or here's another thing you could request. You could let's say that they like to railroad people. Oh, we don't have a stenographer today. Do you want to reset the court hearing to another date and all that stuff? You can say, well, is it okay if I bring in my own stenographer or third party who will record these proceedings? An uninterested party, right?
I
Um.
would pay for that.
So I tried to record in the courtroom and it's all blocked.
When you say blocked, what does that mean?
Like we had the video
Blockers. Yeah, they
and
got sound
and
blockers.
yeah, there's sound blockers.
Mm-hmm. And I was wondering why I didn't get any of the interaction with the judge, but I got it with the prosecutor.
I
So,
was the opposite.
mm,
Like that judge was doing everything.
So we're talking about in a courtroom, or we're talking about on a Zoom?
In a
No, in a
courtroom.
courtroom.
Yeah.
All in court. I'm in South Dakota, so we are the only ones that didn't close down.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, interesting. You use
Yep.
your phone or use an actual recorder?
We were using a phone.
Interesting.
I didn't have an actual recorder.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's all possible because it's a frequency that they can use to, shut off your
Mm-hmm.
electronic,
Mm-hmm.
the mic.
Yeah, that was bullshit. He he threatened me. I was trying to stay behind the bar on the private side, and not go sit down at the table. And I got not got away with it, but I was able to do it right before then. But the last time I went in, he just would not have it. It was like 4 or 5 times. I kept saying, I said, all right, well, under threat, duress, and coercion, I will sit down at the table, but let it be known on the record that I refused. And um, so that was really bullshit. I do not like that judge.
So did you get a copy of that record to show that what you said
No,
was on there?
I did not.
And like you got to think about these words too. Like, I try not to use refuse. Like, what are
Mm-hmm.
you
Yeah.
what are you refusing? Are you fusing the case back together by causing?
Yep.
Right, and
Yep.
that's why they say a lot of times if you go in there and you start refusing or rejecting, it starts becoming an acceptance.
And that's not
Because
only that, you cause a controversy.
right,
Mm-hmm. Well, ma'am, I'll be happy to sit at the table if you can tell me your oath of office on the record.
Ooh, that's good. That's
Mhm.
good.
That
or
way,
or, or
no
first,
controversy. You're
well,
happy to do business, but first, I have my conditions. I have my own set of terms and conditions that you must read and sign. Right? Conditional acceptance. I served one on him. Never even
Bill of
brought it up,
particulars.
and I hit him with a bill of particulars. Oh, I can't find it. Wait a minute, you just told the judge you had it. What are you talking about?
Bring
Right?
your own again. And on the one that you give them, put the stamp with the autograph across it on the bottom right of the backside so that the very, very, very end of that backside has to be recognized.
hmm I wish I could do it again because I had it on me. I had it just in case she said she didn't see it, and I never even pulled it out and gave it to her. I was that nervous because I mean I did go in there with a bench warrant too, so I was just like, let me move quiet.
Yeah, me too.
right, right.
Did they lift your warrant?
Yeah, they lifted it for the case, but I'm a stubborn asshole, and the trial started on the 27th, and that's my like life number. So I was like, ooh, you know what? I'm gonna say fuck them, and I'm gonna go through the office procedure, and if they come after me for um,
There you
um,
go.
um, 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 the monetized identity theft traffic tickets, we'll have a ball.
Mm-hmm. That's the truth. The monetize, like that's another question. Are you guys
And
administering
demonetized demon.
right? Demon.
Mm-hmm.
Demon, right? D-M-O-N, mon, one. You know what I mean? It's
Oh
crazy,
wow, someone's name is Dingling.
man. Man, but I was gonna say something, I kind of missed it.
Also, if you guys haven't mentioned this for the listeners, um, you can also request of the judge that the POA be produced from the prosecutor if they're trying to prosecute you via the state or the city. Since those fictions can't come to the court, swear under the penalty of perjury, and sit on the witness stand, they can't. And also, the prosecutor can't speak for more than one person. He's already the prosecutor. So there's also that, guys.
Yeah. You got a power of attorney to represent the state? I want to see the
Yep.
state signature.
Yep.
But I
In order
mean,
for a contract to be valid, it needs two wet signatures, don't it?
right.
And guys, does your mortgage have two wet signatures?
Nope. I don't see anybody else in that room signing anything. Well,
Yep.
I didn't when I bought mine. It was just me.
Mm-hmm.
And car contracts are the same as mortgage contracts. They're
Mm-hmm.
both securities because a note matures in less than 9 months. Anything past 9 months is a security.
There you go. It's maturity, right? And that's what I think when these court dates is like, when's the next court date? I mean, what are you talking about? We can't just schedule a court date? No, got to wait for that bond to mature, probably. So they can start the next process and moving that bond along.
So one of the things that you could use to speed up your court case is to find, like, if you do a little bit of legal research and you find out about the time frames that other people have requested for a speedy trial, you can use that as pre-existing precedent to either a faster trial or that your court case was extended out excessively.
Mm-hmm.
And remember now, because this is a negative against you, that's a harm, right?
Yep.
They are coming after you, or they are requesting that you do something under the threat of arrest or imprisonment.
Mm-hmm.
Which is threat, arrest, and coercion.
Right. So you can always send in, and I always say to people, don't ever send letters, don't send stuff that's not legally recognized, right? You want to send affidavits, you want to send notices, you want to send
Yep.
declarations, whatever realm you feel is necessary or that you energize with, go with that. I stick with affidavits because affidavits are like from the beginning of all of this shit.
Exactly.
And plus, affidavit just sounds more proper than notice.
Well, you got to serve that affidavit with a notice.
Right, either notice or motion. Yeah.
Right.
So
You got, hey guys, take notice. I'm filing an affidavit here.
Yep. Especially
notice.
either an affidavit of truth or a negative averment specific affidavit. Those two are very powerful things because it has so much precedence behind it. They cannot ignore it, and they cannot say it's frivolous unless, of course, you're not following the rules of how it's supposed to be laid out. But either way, I see a lot of people. They write up their affidavits. They go in there and they get railroaded. Stick to your point. Stop making these people talk you out of your shit.
Yep. Just keep repeating it until they answer.
Yeah, because they cannot proceed if you're not answering whatever they're trying to do with your attention.
Like when they ask you to plead, I'm sorry, sir. I'm not. Am I really competent? In order to continue this case, if I don't understand what you're speaking, or the words or the diction sources that you're using for these words.
Exactly. Ask them. What is the source of these allegations, right? Especially if it's from the state. You go, I have a few questions before I plead. Would that be okay with you? They can't just say,
yeah, a verbal bill of particulars, huh?
Right. They can't just say, oh, you need to answer the question. Then you say, well, if you're threatening me to answer this or I go to jail, I have no choice. Right? I mean, it's the truth.
You ever notice they always giving you options? Like
Right.
You can't come up with your own option,
Right. Guilty or not guilty plea, there's more than just that.
Sir, you have two options today, okay? You could either do this or do that, or we could take you to jail. Which one you want to do?
Right.
I'd like to add a term to that, sir. I'd like to just you dismiss this case and I go home and you stop harassing me.
Yeah, they you know how they love to twist the words.
But wouldn't it also be okay for?
Right, exactly.
Oh yeah.
But look, at this point, if I'm going into the court, it's because I want to get footage or something. Because there's no point in going into the court. Once you know what's going on, they are just administering your state. They're making money. They're bonding it, a bunch of bonds up in security.
Court means show, bench means bank.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But the thing is,
and that's why it starts in the mail.
I've got 4 charges on my case. Each of those charges got a QSIP number. If I was able to pull up the QSIP number on that and come in there with a full forensic accounting of the case, I'm just going in there just to have a good time now. Because, you know what I mean? I've got all the evidence I need. I just want to see how far.
I'm here for the matter, not as the matter, and I need this settled, and after balancing of the accounts, yeah.
I'm like, ma'am, are you trading my name on the stock market? I'm sorry. Are you claiming my
Is
name?
the prosecutor
Sir, I don't know what
is
you're
the
talking about.
prosecutor? Oh, sorry.
There's nothing like that going on, sir. Really? That's not. Well, I like to enter this into the evidence, right? And you got your full CUSIP report right there.
So one of the things you wanna preclude before you enter stuff is you wanna ask them a few questions. You want to get their standing in the case before you go on your
Yep.
attack, right? For example, if there's a prosecutor, which if it's at a certain level, most likely there is, you ask the prosecutor, can you name your employer? Just for the record, I just want to make sure that we know
Oh,
exactly who we're dealing with. Since you already have my name on the record, you have most of my information up there. So I would like to make sure, for the record, we know who are the parties in this case and who has a hand in this case. Can you say your
also,
name and your
can you
employer?
produce your oath of office and recite it?
No. You don't want to go there first. Once you get their name
Okay.
and who their employer is, you want to ask if they have an oath of office. Because that's a trick. If they don't, they could say no. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Or they're
They could
licensed to practice law.
they can simply be a retired attorney working for the state.
Mm-hmm. They
And
could be
unfortunately,
a stunt double. Have you heard of the stunt doubles?
right, absolutely.
What? I don't know about that. Shoot it at me.
Like, okay, a judge might get up there, right, and do a couple of days and figure out, okay, I think we got this one. I'm gonna take the rest of this case off, and then a motherfucker that excuse me, then another person comes up, looks just exactly like the judge that was there before, and just finishes it out. But that person has no oath or anything. So now you say, do you have an oath of office? The next day, the real judge would come up with his. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a show, bro. It's theater, and they're making a lot of money. It's Hollywood, bro.
Yep. Well, the only thing is the reason why they're trying to catch so many people in the wire is because they can only reap the interest, you know, because if they go after the real money that's there, that's how the Justice Department comes down on them automatically.
Mm-hmm.
But they can stay off the radar if they're just basically doing administration. So that's why,
Mm-hmm.
they want as many people as possible so they could go, okay, well, if I could reap, however amount of interest off of this, I'm making 10 grand a month. Okay, well, I'll settle for that. So they
Right.
railroad you as much as possible and just get you shit. You get freaking 40 people a month, or, that's a lot of money that's on the line. So it's in their best interest to go that route, right? But you want to ask those prelude questions so that when it boils up to the point where you're going to actually go on the attack now and say, okay, well, since you have an oath of office on file and you've established your name, you've established your employer, first thing you could pull out of your hat, isn't this a conspiracy against my rights since all of you work for the same employer? What's to stop you from
Damn.
colluding against me for your employer?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a financial interest in this case? Do you make any money by the prosecution of this case or by the adjudication of this case?
And the judge fucking does because he gets money sent to his retirement account.
Well, you want him to say something on the record because remember, if someone don't
Yes.
say something out of their mouth, it's hearsay.
Right.
So,
You don't want to claim anything. You want to
right.
ask, and that you want to only ask questions that you know the answer to.
Right.
Or that you don't know the answer to. You want them to say it, right?
Right.
Because and that's the other thing. If you read a lot of cases where people have such strong points and they still lose, is because they start making statements instead of asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'd be so pissed off reading some of these cases. I'm like, dude, you had it in the bucket. How could you not realize? But anyways, getting off topic there.
It's like
Those are
guy was on my live last night, and he was like, "There's none of this. They don't have this. I don't have that." I'm like, "Dude, you stop making claims and turn your claims into a question."
right.
And then he did it, and I was like, "There you go." Right?
Yep.
It's as easy as saying "couldn't you," or at the end of your question, say "right." You know what I mean? It's
Right,
as easy
right.
as saying one or two extra words.
Just
But
try to
that will
eliminate the
consider
question.
leading. If
Mm.
if you state just like, well, that's the one part of the movies I could say is correct, right? If you say something and then you say right, you've already established what should have been said. So now they're going to say, well, you're leading to a certain point. You're leading the person to say yes or no, which is what the
Railroad.
judge already does, but the judge is not on trial. So
But they can railroad you though, you know, because they're leading you down, but they're not leading. They're not using it in a leading form, you know.
only because they're not under penalty of perjury.
Exactly. Exactly.
But then you can ask your questions under the penalty of perjury. You know what I mean? You could start your questions like that and put them under it.
Well, they have to agree to it.
Well, you can't put an oath on them. They must take it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
You just keep repeating it.
yeah.
Well, when you go to federal court, everything has to be consensual, not leading, and it has to be in plain sight, right? Like
I
a
never
man.
consented to getting fucked.
Oh man! So, and that's a statement, right?
Right.
You
Exactly.
could say who authorized
when
this,
did I
right?
when did I consent to getting fucked?
Right. But I'm gonna get this live cut off.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because the
Right.
dude last night was like, there were no exigent circumstances. I was like, wait, form that in a form of a question. He's like, what are the exigent circumstances? Right? And okay, now the proof of burden is on them. The burden of proof is now on them. Or they're not going to answer it.
Any claim made must be proven.
Yep. Except in the case of a negative averment affidavit.
Right.
So those two is the affidavit of truth and the affidavit of specific negative averment. Those two are two of the most powerful things when you consider testimony or evidence, because an
Can you
affidavit
say
is
that one more time? A statement of a specific negative averment.
affidavit.
Oh, affidavit.
Yep, of specific negative averment.
What's the other one you said?
Affidavit of truth.
Okay.
You know, this is getting fun now, right? Because
Mhm.
I say that because we all know that all these people are acting. This is all a stage shit. Like the judge sits on top. And she's up there watching the show too, right? She's got the best seat in the house. But this is all acting, right? So like, if I go in there and I start doing the pro se thing or the pro per or the impropria persona or any of that stuff, it's like, is that what's really going on here, or are they just doing business,
Mhm.
right? I'm like, I don't even want to go through
All
this
just
whole.
business.
I don't even want to go through this whole thing where we're gonna. I'm not even serving affidavits anymore. Like, I mean, I'm not even filing. The only question I got is, who did I give you the authorization to do business with my estate, man? When did I authorize the state of Georgia to do business with my all caps name?
They're going to say, did you get an ID? Did you register to vote? Do you have a bank account? Did you do this? Did you do that?
For
So,
lack of a viable alternate route to take, I did that in order to, like, in order to survive, or I don't know how to. I haven't used that, so I don't know the
You
real
did. You did
terminology to
without
end it
knowledge.
with. But
You entered into those contracts without knowledge, so they're not binding.
yeah, without knowledge, you didn't have full competence and
Full
clear.
disclosure,
What's it? A clear mind state, full disclosure. Yeah.
right? So like, okay, well, if that's the case, then can you please produce the contract? I'd like to review it because like let's forget about the law, man. Because the only law that's being conducted here is contract law. That's the only law, not
right.
their statutes and all that stuff. The statutes, bro, that's their fee schedule. That's all the statutes are. They're
Well,
bills.
it also has the rules as well. Yeah.
And the definitions, they got rules. They got the rules is just
Mhm.
how they can use those statutes against you.
And
But
anything, anything.
so I could say this much. Yes, you are correct in some instances, but in this world of how they are conducting business,
Mhm.
that argument is quickly going to be put out the door.
That's fine. I'll get it on the record. That's fine. Because when I
Yep.
come back with the evidence, right, and when I come back with my DBA, my certified DBA certificate,
There you go.
you see what I'm
There you
saying?
go.
And I show them, this is who I'm doing business as. I'm the executive. What are you guys doing here?
Right. Once you've taken the executive chair, now they can disappear.
Right.
But
This is-
before that,
That's what I'm saying. If I'm filing affidavits, this is just because I'm trying to get some footage. I'm trying to start my
Judge.
USFL, I'm trying to start high frequency radio next. You know what I mean? You're gonna see the the Hardway radio show, bro. I'm gonna start a podcast.
Hey,
Let's
hey,
keep it going.
Judge. Is the prosecutor here, wrongfully using my estate as the executor de santor?
Exactly. There you go.
Well, he's gonna say, I don't know. What are you getting at?
Sir, will you please ask the prosecutor if he's purporting to be the executor de santor of my estate?
Yeah, can I see your executor letter?
So
Can I see the power of attorney signed by me? Signed by one.
okay, so here's how they're gonna throw you off. They're gonna say, okay, where's the estate? Do you have anything that shows what you're talking about?
Yeah, I've got my DBA right here.
Okay, where is the estate that you're talking about?
That's filed on the county record,
Treasury Department.
along with my acceptance to the office of executor.
No. Let dude talk. Let's hear from Sonny, because if you're gonna bring that point home, I'm not saying it's not gonna work. I'm just.
Oh yeah, I haven't used it yet. I'm taking care of the executor office right now.
Okay, so if you're gonna go to the point of attacking or defending it, because there are three ways of.
I'll just be asking questions. No attack, no defense.
Hold on. There's three ways to go at it, right? The first
Okay.
one is getting them to stop and just make everything go away. That's the first route. I would always advocate for that, because the other two, you need quite a bit of knowledge to execute on it. Number two, start asking questions about anything having to do with an account, an estate, a property. You're going to have to show ownership of or control of it. And you're going to have to show evidence of it.
Mm-hmm.
Or number three, you can start claiming damages if you can show the property exists and there's a breach or a fiduciary responsibility.
There you go.
Oh man, I wish I didn't have so many notes spread out over so many notebooks, because I have the answer for that as far as them being the trustee, and then them having the fiduciary responsibility.
Right. As long as you can show something that shows their position and what they've been doing. It doesn't necessarily have to be something they've been doing, because once they get in there, they start assuming certain roles, right?
Yep.
How they're administering. But if you can show evidence of your control, because that's what they're going to ask for, whether it be state or federal, that's going to come up, right? But then you also have to remember, if you're in a quasi-state court, that's not the place to bring it. Why?
Chief Judge.
Because it's not equity courts.
Nope.
You need to be in equity to talk about equity and property. So they could be administrating, they could be doing all that stuff, yes, but you cannot get equity from a quasi court.
Yep. All I know is I got my DBAs, I got my EIN, and then all of a sudden they all went quiet. I did serve an affidavit too, and it was a pretty cold affidavit. I'll tell you that much.
There's some hot dogs in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to be censored for the live.
So what you trying to do with the case though? Are you trying to get it to go away, or are you trying to reap the
I'm just
benefits,
focused. They're not messing with me, so I'm just focusing on wrapping up my office. I'm about to handwrite Miss letter this week. I'm about to put everything together and go down to the county and record it.
Okay. But what's your ultimate goal though with your case?
Oh well, I'm kind of working on something. I gotta keep it on the wraps though.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but it's taking that approach, because I know that they're doing business, so I plan on recouping everything.
Yeah, everything. Do the nunk pro tunk.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's my name, so I want anything you made off of my name.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
That's how you get on the do not detain list.
Right. So
Yeah, and I'm on the do not refrain list.
so one of the things that you can do is, in a negotiation, of course, you have to give consideration at
Yes.
some point, right? So
Right.
when you get to a certain point and you get the chance to negotiate, because when they stop arguing and stop acting like a-holes, that's when they start talking and they go, well, what do you want? How do you want to resolve this? What do you think is a fair resolution? That's when those type of words start coming out, when you got him, right?
Dismiss without prejudice. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So one of the things you can do is you can go, well, I would like the credit that you've been using, full value converted to Federal Reserve notes or to a trust account, whatever you want to call it. But you have to set yourself up first, because when they ask those questions, you cannot be unprepared, because they will not give you a second chance. Got to be prepared.
Yep. So what do you want to do when they ask you that question? You got them. So what would you like to do, sir? How would you like to proceed? I would like you to dismiss this case with prejudice.
Are you asking me?
Right, but you don't want to ask for ferns, by the way. No FRNs.
Oh, right.
No,
ferns.
yeah,
Okay. I was like, wait,
I require recoupment.
Oh, I came across something the other
Are you
day.
guys waiting for some more?
I came across something the other day. It was pretty cold, right? And I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, right? Have you heard of an emergency notice?
I've heard of it, but I haven't studied it.
Man, I came across an emergency notice. When I don't have the template, but if I'm gonna start looking around for those. You get an emergency notice, like when you start getting into things like identity theft, right? These like capital punishment or whatever they call it.
Yep.
These are treasonous crimes, man. Because these people are held in trust, right? And they're breaching the trust. And if you
Name his arrest.
Man, I get my hand on that. And it's not in retaliation. It's in because I need to be made whole at this point. This is
so what you'd be asking for is restitution.
Restitution.
I thought the word was recoupment.
Well,
I need them to revenue.
Is to restore you prior to the damage.
Right. To restore.
I also like how recoupment has coup in it.
You say what?
Right.
I said I like the way recoupment has the word coup, COUP in it.
Yep.
Recoupment. Wow. So what they're running a coup on us, though, right?
Right.
So
say that again?
Recoup me. You know what I mean?
But they're not going to they're not going to sit well with that word, because recoupment means something that was basically taken from you, stolen from you. But restitution is just restoring from damages. But when you say recoupment, it's like someone caused theft.
I gotta work on my smart assness, because okay, so restitution has rest, and I will not fucking rest. And recoupment, it almost sounds like recruitment, and the coup, they cooed our damn abundance.
Right, but at some point you're gonna have to settle for something, right?
You're gonna
get stuck on the words, or you're gonna get stuck on what you're gonna get.
Oh, that's just for here, boys. I'm being more of a smart ass here.
My thing is like when people in a mass start doing this, it's the whole thing's gonna crumble. And
it already is. There's already there's a county in Minnesota that got taken over, by sovereign people. Mm-hmm. They kicked all the cops out, all of the judges and lawyers and all that shit. They took over the county buildings.
Are you talking about the Mickey Klon thing?
I don't remember the name of the county, but I mean I'm South Dakota, so I had heard about it a lot just in passing, having lived here. And then there was another one, I believe. God, was it New Hampshire? Maybe. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're like, yeah, they're putting all of them on notice, all the judges and board panels and all that.
Yeah, my thing is, what are they prepared to do to keep it going? Right?
I
Probably all
mean,
those uh,
Emo
what are they
camp.
called? Well, not FEMA camps. Like they've been shutting down WalMarts and turning them into camps with barbed wire fences all around them. We have 10 times as many camps as we did when we used them against Asians. Back in Pearl Harbor days, and they don't have signs. They have rail lines straight to them. I got that with pictures from a professor back at University of Nebraska Lincoln. That was in class. He was showing them.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's another guy, a farmer, who was subsidized for having these big black stackable bins that can fit 5 full-grown men in each of them. He was being subsidized, being paid to keep them on his land.
Mm.
And then you think about, HARP, the weather generating,
Mm-hmm.
all kinds of shit, the toxic metals that build up in your system, and how the 5G antennas resonate at the frequency and able to control them, which, those things like also pertain to the vaccine, unfortunately. Which is why they
so
also had Wendy's. The
so
Wendy's burgers for
interesting.
what, 2 cents or whatever they were. Because I'll tell you what, I was a poor boy growing up. We never had Wendy's. Why? Because it was the more expensive fast food. So you didn't have brown people and black people. I hate to say those. Brown people and black people be like, oh shit, we can get a square burger, a fresh one for this cheap at Wendy's, and they put the shit in those.
Oh yeah. Oh
There's
yeah. I don't
over
eat fast
40
food.
ingredients in a Chick-fil-A patty. Like, what the fuck?
My thing is this. My thing is this. Like, right? Uh, I went to like a soccer game. My little nephew's soccer game. We left the soccer game and went to Chick-fil-A. Right? The line was wrapped around the building. Okay. I'm like, man, look at all these folks, and they all getting chicken. Now, where on earth is all this damn chicken coming from?
Ooh, talk to him.
Where all this chicken coming? They slaughtering all these chickens? Because we drove past another Chick-fil-A, and that mug was wrapped around the building. Where all that chicken coming from?
We better stay away from McDonald's, huh?
Where all that beef coming from? Now,
They
it's
claim
a
to
grocery
sell more
place where
patties
people
in a
can
year
buy.
than beef produced, period, across the world.
You say what?
McDonald's claims to sell more patties, so more meat than is actually produced in the entire world.
Where is it coming from?
It's human meat, but we
I
won't
was
get too
gonna
much
say,
further
man.
into
Like,
that.
I'm glad you said it, because
Yeah, I know it's hard to say. It's really really fucking hard to say.
have you seen the post
It
about
really is. But I've heard
the
the
chicken?
now. No, I saw the video with the rabbi laughing when he talks about after we take the blood, we feed you your own babies, and he laughed about it. Like
Well,
I've been able to hear those things thankfully because of a mentor of mine.
I mean, this is, for entertainment purposes only, because I mean, I just saw a post on it on
This
TikTok.
is a show, ladies and
It's absolutely right.
Mayor Bear, at a girl.
Oh, so there was a question by it's Jazz Love. She was asking about would it be restitution to my equitable title to property? And we were talking about the estate and all that stuff.
Mhm.
It wouldn't necessarily be a restitution to your equitable title unless you've already claimed title and now you're seeing that someone else was using it or someone is using your title, right? So that would be, claiming the damages and also restoring your proper name and title to from say non pro tonk, right, from the beginning. So you kind of don't want to word it that way, but you would want restitution for all the damages that were caused and for all the profits that were made using your estate, your property, or your assets.
Yeah, and like
Right.
figure all that out before you going in there too, right?
Yeah, right.
And have it on your paperwork. The paperwork precedes you, and
Yeah,
then you going in there to talk about the paperwork and nothing else. You make your own case, man. Like, I'm not playing with these folks no more.
yep. Everything starts in the mail. The mail is federal. That's why the post office and the federal government go hand in hand. So you want to make sure that whatever you're doing, you get a ticket, you want to respond immediately in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to wait for court. You don't have to go down to no courthouse and do all that extra stuff.
Right.
And that's what they're hoping for. A lot of people, they don't realize they could send a letter into the clerk of court or just to address it to the court, and they have to file it into the record. They can't just keep it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Send your stuff certified mail so that you have a record that they received it and somebody got it. Somebody got a sign for that crap.
Yep.
Right.
So I have a question, boys. So I was an asshole, and the trial. I have two. It was all traffic tickets. Like I had taken care of the humans and their property fully. I had full coverage insurance, and one was a slide on black ice to tap on a SUV, and that was a hit, basically a hit and run. But the specifics don't matter. But my phone was dead, didn't have a charger, middle of the night, apartment's right there. So like, what the hell? I'm not gonna go door to door. And then the other one more recently was a fender bender, and again, taken care of and everything. So it's just state and city that they're going after me for. Now, I pretty much said, oh, well, trial landed on the 27th after an extension. And because it landed on 27, and that's my number, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do what I want to today. And they're not going to have the privilege of my presence. And then the next one was on the 11th. And I just kept it going because I was like, you know what? Once I get to the executive office, they're not going to come after me for traffic tickets. I already made them pay by having like 4 or 5 court dates before the trial. So I want to know what you guys would do in this situation. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I can just go through with the executive office and cancel all that in multiple ways. But in the meantime, what do you guys think about it?
About what?
Yeah, I think I
About
missed the first portion of it.
skipping. They were the beginning of the trials on the traffic tickets,
Right. I mean,
and I skipped them.
I mean, if you want to go have a good time and and join the show, you could go down there. But like, say, like,
Oh, I mean, I know.
for instance, they sent me a summons, right? And I sent it right back to them. I didn't even open the letter. You know what I mean? Sent it right back. I think that's one of the other things that I did. I refused it for cause without dishonor, sent it right back, right?
Yeah.
That could have been one of the things that halted it because within 72 hours, you had that right to rescission, right? But if you go back in there and you start creating more controversy, they reopen the case. Well, I mean, he refused it, but now he's here. I don't get it. Well, I guess we could just keep going. Don't say nothing. Let's get a new bond. Let's get a new bond going.
So
Yeah, they issued warrants, but I mean, I don't care about them, for right now. But I was just wondering, like, what your guys' take was on it.
So I missed the first portion of what you were saying. Is there an injured party in any of this?
No, there's not. I had full coverage insurance, took care of both parties in both situations. The hit and run one was like 2 years ago. I just let it just sit there, and then this one was recently was a fender bender, and again, all the human victims and their property was fully taken care of.
Okay.
So it's just city and
what's the
state
charge
damages,
for?
quote unquote.
So what are you in court for?
It was the failure to stop, the getting a hold of police officers and shit. And the other one was following too closely, and no valid driver's license. And so, following too closely, that's hearsay. There's no firsthand claimant that was there. The cop probably isn't going to be in court, and definitely the family who got recompensed is not going to be in court. So I have those, and then
Like, my thing is like, hold on. I'm sorry.
failure. It's like there's no, again, firsthand claimant with injury in fact. So those.
I got a delay, so that's why I'm sorry, brother. But like the following too close, failure to do this, or no drivers, those are all QSIPs. Those are all QSIPs. So like, why am I trying to fight?
Yep.
Why am I trying to argue this charge when I know it's just a QSIP? It's going to be wrapped up into a security and traded. You know what I mean? I'm not going to argue.
Yep.
I'm not arguing the whatever the charge is. It's a charge. They
You can be
swiping that
discharged.
card, bro. They swiping that card on you. So I'm like, well, oh, that's hearsay and all, or oh, I'm gonna serve an affidavit, or I've got a negative. It's like you're giving life to the fraud.
Well,
You know,
so you also have to consider this though. If they issue a warrant, whether it be valid or not,
right?
it's going to be the first thing is going to be it's presumed to be valid. So if they stop you, or if you get in a speed trap or a checkpoint or whatever, and they freaking run your name or whatever, if they get some kind of ID out of you, you're in big trouble. They ain't gonna let
Well,
you just slide and wait for court at that point, right?
I'm really glad I at least know better than that.
So I would say the first thing you want to do is do you have a copy of any of those original tickets or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you want to write on it, no contract, refused, and you want to make a copy of what you wrote on there. You want to take a stamp, put it on the back, sign over it, accept it for value, return for value, mail
And
it
you do,
back to the
and
court.
you do mean when you say signed, you do mean autographed, right, over the stamp?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you go over that one more time? Because I know I have them, but I won't get to them in time for finishing this. So I got a flashcard. No contract refused, autograph over stamp.
The stamp goes to the back, lower right, like
Yeah,
on your.
back bottom right, right?
Yep.
Okay, good
And
to
mail
go.
it back, mail it to the courthouse.
Yep, send it right back to him. What is this?
What
I
is
don't.
this? Nature 864 says PO will cancel the stamp. What's that about?
If you bring it to the post office, you can ask them to stamp the postage stamp. Some of them won't do it. Some of them don't care, right? You can try until the. I would say so. The stamp. So you're supposed to sign it and date it, or autograph and date it. It's the same thing from the well. It's not the same thing. The postal stamp gives it postal jurisdiction, right? So you can do that, but it's not mandatory.
Okay.
If you do that, you can show that again, this is again going off on another tangent if it gets that serious. But you can show that the post office validated that a real person walked into the post office and get it canceled. Or you don't want to call yourself a person, but this is a figure of speech right
Yeah,
now.
living man.
Right. So no, that's not a chain of custody. A chain of custody goes with registered mail. Canceling the stamp is not automatically a chain of custody. Also, when you send it back, you want to send it certified mail. You want to make and restricted certified mail. Sorry, restricted meaning only the person named on the envelope can open it. Right? You don't want just any mail person popping the mail open, and then they go, "Oh
Okay.
well, this got lost, or whoever didn't get it." That's not going to be an excuse. Send it
And
restricted certified mail. The person who's on the envelope, that's who must sign for it. And then I would send it to the clerk of court. The clerk knows where everything goes or what's supposed to be done with it. You send it to the clerk. They have to file it in the case record because obviously it's their shit. They got it back. And most likely they're going to send you back something in the mail saying that either the case has been canceled or some other bullshit, whatever they come up with. And that's how you get rid of that. Because the
Dope.
cop is not going to sign no ticket.
Right. Oh, and did everybody know? I'm sure you two did, but did everybody know that on a traffic ticket? I mean, look at all the boxes. The four corner rule applies. It's all boxes, at least where I am. And then,
Right. I mean, you could use
yep. And then
the four corner
also they're
rule
supposed to
again.
have a notary.
Yeah.
What?
The boxes is the four corners rule. You could use that too, but I wouldn't get into the weeds with that.
Yep. Yeah, because it's all the it's parse and the etymology and stuff. But there's also the fact that their traffic tickets or tickets period aren't anything really before they get a stamp from the notary. and it's your signature that allows them to take it to a notary and get it stamped and therefore be valid. So always, always, always autograph in all caps. Put a box around it all. 1-308, unless they've changed it, 1-308 without recourse, all rights reserved.
Mm-hmm.
So with the all rights reserved, here's another missing piece that a lot of people are wondering, well, why didn't this work? I put this on there, I put without recourse. You also have to put on there all rights exercised.
All rights exercised and reserved and exercised. Nice.
Yep. Because if you're reserving the right, that doesn't mean you're using it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not using it, you didn't invoke it. Just like the Fifth Amendment, if you don't say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right, you could stay silent all you want. That don't mean nothing.
This is what I'm saying, Lee. Like, if I send it back refused for cause without dishonor, but I go back in there, right?
Mhm.
It's all in what you do,
Right. It's the action. Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Man, this is great, guys. I have so much I have while y'all are going, I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna say this, and then it gets quiet, and I can't remember what else.
So I want to address a question that was asked by someone here in the chat earlier, but they went back and forth a little bit. But they were talking about as far as an eviction, say renting. I mean, I think all evictions are the same, but what would you guys have to say on that? I know there's renters' rights in 3 months and 30 to 90 days. I mean, I know all that, but I mean, as far as these, God, I don't want to say processes, but these points of knowledge.
You know what I'd say to him? Oh, fine, I'll leave, but can you return the original contract to me? Can you return the original instrument to me then?
Right. So it all depends on who you're renting from, right? If you're renting from an institution like a business,
Right.
it's completely different from if you're doing private renting.
Exactly. Yeah.
So if you are in that situation, like Mr. Difficult is saying, it's from an institution and they have an application form and all this other stuff. Yeah, ask for the original contract
Mm-hmm.
because that is your property. You're the only one that signed it anyways.
Right. And you know they can't produce it because they've already monetized it, and
Exactly.
it's floating somewhere on the stock market. So like, okay, if you want me to leave, you're gonna evict me. Please return the original instrument and all the collateral, the securities that you've probably generated off of it, and I'll be happy to leave.
Right.
Because they doing business. This is all business, and there's all kind of stuff going on behind the scenes that we are not privy to. That
So
all
fine.
like you see that like Lay Daniels, right? She's going through it with her apartment complex, and they had to fire someone and then bring somebody new in. You know,
Mhm.
and then that person they fired just went and took a position somewhere else.
Yep.
They got to rotate. Just like you disqualify the judge. Okay, let's disqualify the judge. Let's just bring another one in. See if that judge could get him. Because they ain't going to dismiss it.
Holmes said, it says to deposit lease in escrow account. Why would you record it? I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means. Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of times, and some of these things are not contracts, by the way. Or it's performance-based contracts. So you're the only one that's holding the liability, unfortunately.
Right.
So until you make your claim, or you do a conditional acceptance, or you make some change to the quasi contract or one-sided contract, you're always going to be losing. You're the one paying. I mean, yeah, you're getting a benefit. You get to stay at the house or the apartment, whatever the case may be. But a lot of times with these contracts, I'm also learning that you can go back and modify them because you're the only one who signed it. So you have authority to change the shit however you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I tell you, bro, when I'm ready, I'm gonna go get the most bomb diggity ass apartment. Because as far as far as I'm concerned, I done worked the last 25 years of my life, and it is owed to me. You know what I mean? I deserve. I don't like the word deserve, but I feel like it's owed to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's my. I mean, I worked for this. Y'all didn't. And it's like when you go, say for instance, right, Sonny, when you get your office set up and when mine is set up. And now we going to get an apartment as the executor and we know everything that's going on. Imagine what like how empowering that is to walk into there.
Yeah, I'll probably cry thinking about my pop.
Me too.
You know, like he passed. I mean, I don't know if you've been part of a conversation where I brought him up because Anpu, I'm shit, my bad, but and the other one that I'm studying under, you know, kind of called me out for that, and it's like I'm just sharing this with you guys, but that's definitely going to be in my mind. You know, I'm going to want to reach over and pull their throat out and be like, "Hey, executor office." No, I'm kidding. But but you know that was the only thing that really beat him up, you know, and to find out that they're not just nothing. There's a lien on every single one, and it has the four corner rule on it, you know, and everything is credit, and it comes from us. Like, you the same people that fucked up the judiciary, the medicine, the education, made sure to not tell us about this so that we can go in there, sign pieces of paper, just be happy we're in a fucking house and not a cardboard box, right? And we sign over the revocable power of attorney, and then they access our trust, pay us with our trust, and then put demands on us from God-given abundance.
Right.
You sons of bitches.
Abundance. There you go. We were supposed to live in abundance because there is abundance, but they promote scarcity. You ever heard of Jacques Fresco and the Zeitgeist movement?
Oh yeah, I watched those back in shit. I think I was like 17, dude. I was that's like
Mm-hmm.
16 years ago.
Yep. I love that stuff, man. So like,
The
say for
first one was really good.
like,
The other two were like cartoon, not like
yeah,
PowerPoints.
yeah. But like you mentioned your dad passing. My dad passed in 2021, right? I went to the bank to close out his Wells Fargo account. And the banker lady said to me, I've said this story a couple of times. She said, "Who's managing his estate?" I was like, "Man, I don't know anything about no damn estate, man. Just give me that money that's in that account. I need to pay this rent." Because I was out of a job by then, you know what I mean?
Right.
I was out of the job at the time. Like, I can't do jobs anymore. These folks yell at me, I'm yelling right back at them. But think about it now, as the executor, and you know what you did. My dad passed, right? But his name passed a very long time ago, way before he even passed. His name did. You know, I still got mail coming to the house with his name on it. The name is dead. The name been dead. So what should I do? I should put it up under mine. Now I can conduct business under his name. Keep his name alive, bro.
Yeah, that's actually pretty dope. That's pretty dope. I'm also looking for. I'm sure you have the same intention, but I'm looking forward to being the POA for a few close brothers of mine and my family, since I'm technically the patriarch of my family.
You know how you got that one family member that wants to call everybody together and they got like a slideshow they want to show you and they
Yep.
trying to sell
Or the
you
guy
on
from
like
Philly. It's always sunny in Philadelphia, pointing at the board with the red string.
yeah, no, they trying to tell you like timeshare or something that they
Oh
trying to
yeah,
help
yeah,
them get
yeah.
money. Nah, we ain't doing that. We gonna get together and we gonna start doing estate planning for the family.
Yep.
Because once they ain't gonna believe it until they see something. Like
Right.
I might buy the house that we had to sell. You know, I might go back and get it back. And if they see me do that, they'd be like, okay, well, maybe we should be listening to him.
Yeah.
I seen the one story. It was like the Wright brothers, right? Everybody
Yeah.
ridiculed them. Man, what are y'all doing? Only birds fly. What you talking about flying? Until they saw it's flying. I was like, okay, well,
They always
I guess it is.
discredit the person. They always discredit and vilify the outlier until his genius comes to fruition in the physical world, and then they want to hop on the bandwagon. You know, to
Right?
be a leader, you've got to trust your gut and go with what you think. You know, be a lion against the buying of sheep.
Yep. And I have a perfect opportunity because one of my homeboys I came up with, right? He just got himself a ticket. And I said, when did you get it? Last week. Man, why you ain't call me, man? You should have sent that shit back, right? But I'm just gonna draft him up a document, tell him to send it to him, and that ticket's gonna go right away. That ticket is going to go. I'm gonna ask him, can I get a full forensic? Can I see the original charging document, right? Can I get the contract? I want to see some CUSIP numbers, you know? Charge. It's a charge. I want to see how much money you're gonna make off of this.
Better give me my chips with dip.
Right. And then, like, say for instance, like I give him this instead of going and paying it, which he's planning on doing, right? And he doesn't have to pay it. He's gonna be like, wait a minute, shit. Now my phone's gonna be ringing off the hook every time he get a ticket. I'm saying just use this and use it with the next ticket that you get, because it
Better
applies to
send
all
him.
your
Yeah,
tickets.
better send him that outline.
I don't care what charge it is, unless you hurt somebody. It's just a charge, okay? And are you doing business with Mike? Right?
Right.
Let's stick to what's actually going on, and like forget about the law, because there ain't no law in these courts.
Right.
It's only law if you bring it up in there.
Right.
Right. I mean, well, think about it. It's statute. They're called statutes and codes for most of theirs, right? If they're called statutes and codes, are they laws? If they were laws, wouldn't they be called that shit?
Right.
No, a law is a law. There ain't no
Exactly.
code. A code is
Right.
corporate.
A name is a name. It's not a man. It's an E-man. Look at it backwards.
Huh. It's like I want to get on the computer right now, but I'd rather just build with the people. Anybody else out there want to join?
For the person that just said, does that work for probation? Little known fact: probation is double jeopardy. They're punishing you twice.
Not only that, but let's just look at the word probate. Shun.
Yep.
In the act of probation. What is the probate? When you go to probate court? When do people normally go to probate court? After someone dies, right? The estates management. So I mean, what's really going on in probate?
It's the administration of the estate.
There you go.
Right.
It's like
Someone was asking about.
They're holding you hostage while they're raping your estate.
Yeah.
Sorry for the word usage.
Freedom of speech.
I know, but I really, really dislike that word.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's asking about how to acquire land deeds to put in the trust. How to acquire land deeds? I mean, I guess it depends on how you're using the acquiring
Right
term.
there.
You're talking about buying it, or you're talking about getting it at an auction, or you're talking about you already have the deed and you want to put it in a trust. If you already have the deed, you just have to get a certified copy from the county clerk's office in the records department or property records department. And if you have a trust already set up, you could simply put it on a trust transfer deed. You could look it up. They got templates online. You could use as an example. Don't ever use a template as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, what's that one paper that paperwork that's supposed to come with your mortgage contract and it doesn't? They add it afterwards. Do you guys know off the top like what that is? Because I have it, but again, I'd have to search for it.
I don't know about that. I know after you get your first bill, they usually sell the damn thing.
Oh shit, they sell them before they go in the damn house. I was an insurance broker for a while, and that shit. Sometimes I had to go through 2 other banks by the time they moved in.
Yeah, because they're trying to hide the fact of the original issuer, which it still doesn't do that, but it's a harder argument if you don't know what's going on.
Right.
My thing about the land deed, it's like, yeah, you could get it, right? But once you die, you got to give it back to somebody else, right? So, like, I'm like, here's the thing: we all renting, right? But I don't want to pay to live. I'm gonna wrap this house up in the estate. It's gonna be estate property. You get your trust together, and it's like, if you want to get the land deed, I mean, there's other ways to not pay taxes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Allodial title.
Yeah, but like, I mean, you can have the title. The only thing I want a title to is my car or something, because I'm using that. But once I die, you got to give it to somebody else.
Yep.
Isn't a name a title? Whoop whoop.
Yeah, but this whole thing about a title and protecting it and all that stuff, you could always do a conditional acceptance, right? You could do a usufruct, which is basically you don't want no ownership. You just want the
Right.
use of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you could
You
use
want to
it,
own it, not be it.
No, you don't. You don't want to own it. You just want to use it. Because
No, the
Oh,
estate owns it.
yes. I'm sorry. Yeah.
with
Estate
ownership
owns it.
comes the taxes and all the fees and anything else that happens to the property is on you. But if
That's why
you
the rich
just
always lease.
right, or they put an insurance policy on everything. So if one thing happens, it covers everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do a conditional acceptance with anything. Because think about it. When was the last time you did anything with a state or a government entity and they really cared about anything? Right? The courts are notorious for that. You send them some shit and they just ignore you.
Right.
Bill
Right.
collectors, same thing. So what you do is you say, okay, no problem. Here's what I'm proposing. If you don't agree, let me know. Simple. So you want to do that kind of contract where you say, I accept this thing for what it is. Being that I did not get a chance to negotiate the original terms, I am putting in my modified terms here. So if you don't agree, I would appreciate a response to correct the record. They're, of course, not going to respond. So when anything happens, I'll give you an example. You have car insurance. You have,
Can you say that
all,
one more time?
say what?
The bill of exchange. Well, bills, but bill of exchanges.
I didn't say bill of exchange.
I know. Bills are short for bill of exchanges, so I've heard. Um, but the response that you had for them because you weren't given a chance to negotiate.
Oh, yeah. So you're saying, I'm conditionally accepting the contract and I'm here providing my own terms. If you don't agree, simply respond.
That's beautiful, dude.
Yeah. So with your driver's license, right? Now in Georgia, if you try to sign your driver's license without recourse, they will reject it. The clerk will not put it in the system.
Yep.
And they told me they're trained not to accept signatures like that.
Exactly.
So I said, okay, no problem. I'll sign it, regular. So then after I got it, I made a copy. I did a conditional acceptance and sent it to the Secretary of State, the Department of Motor Vehicles, and the police chief. So if anyone has a problem with this, let me know.
That's a very good point, my friend. Because the same thing happened to me when I went to the DMV. I recorded the whole thing. I got a post on it. Like I had my spy glasses on, and I recorded the whole thing. And I wrote on there, all rights reserved, or no, I wrote without prejudice. Sir, we can't accept that. You got to write it how it's written on your birth certificate, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, here's the thing. It's great for content. If I'm gonna post all that stuff and I can create all that controversy in the world, that's great, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even like my mom just got a letter from Bank of America talking about they're lowering her credit limit, and it says if you want to respond in writing. It said, do not call us. So when
Right.
you call them or you go in there, you causing controversy, man. Just write
Mm-hmm.
them up a letter. You don't do everything on the record.
Exactly. And you always have a record if you mail stuff.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Right. Now another step you can take on that route is never send them originals. Right.
Mm.
You keep originals, but this only work for an executive office or a trust or something like that, where you're now the issuing authority, just like a state. If you keep the originals and someone asks for it, you now send them a certified copy with your own seal on it, like an embosser seal. Say, this is an authenticated certified copy, right? They cannot refuse that.
See
Because
what you could do, like, I'm sorry, but you could just go down with the original copy, file it with they return the original to you, and then you could get them to make the certified copies for you. Hey, look, they're working for us.
right. Because they don't they want you to bring the original, but they don't take it, right? They just scan it in. Correct.
Hmm. And anything they write for you, it's on the record. Like, I'd like to get a certified copy of it.
Mm-hmm. And then once you do that, let's say the case of your driver's license. Whenever you get a ticket, now you can bring that contract in and show that there is no controversy. The responsible party is the state. The responsible party is the Secretary of State or this agency or whatever, because this is the renegotiated contract which no one refuted or had any problem with. What are they going to say? Nothing.
Nothing. They can't say nothing. What
So you're
can you
not.
say?
So you're no longer responsible for any tickets. Same thing with insurance. You send the same shit to the Secretary of State. So when your insurance bill comes, you can either pay it first or you can send it to them ahead of time, and then direct the insurance company to the Secretary of State with a copy of that modified conditional acceptance contract.
hmm There's all kind of remedies that you could just start getting creative with, you know?
Absolutely.
Need us to go back over that conversation real quick while I screen record. I couldn't get it fast enough.
I'm gonna post this slide. I'll post it back because this is one of the good ones.
All right. Sorry, my hand's like strong hands from a scary movie.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times people get stuck, and I know, like, somebody was trying to argue with me the other day about, oh, none of this stuff works. It's just patriot mythology and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, listen, I get it, all right? Some people are going to fail. All of us are not in the same class. We're not on the same page.
Right.
We're not on the same level. We don't have the same knowledge. So I know for a fact I failed when I just started out. I failed, and I loved it because I'm like,
Yep.
whoa. The first thing I learned is that attorneys, if you ever deal with them, the attorneys and the judges are going to teach you a whole lot. If you're not too mad to read what they're putting on paper, they're going to list laws and statutes and codes and rules that you never even heard of. And when you start reading that stuff, you realize it has nothing to do with you. Nothing at all. It's all having to do with them and how they conduct themselves, because they're all thieves, all of them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They're dipping in your pocket, then they come ask you for money. Then when you don't have it, they're going to use your money to pretty much enslave you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like running circles around you with your blindfold on.
It's like slapping you on Duck Duck Goose.
Yep.
Duck Goose.
So a lot of times people are like, oh, just pay your ticket. Oh, just do this. First of all, the police are not supposed to be stopping regular people. The only people they're
Nope.
supposed to be stopping is people doing commerce, which are taxi drivers and truckers. That's it.
And isn't it also like hot, dude? I think it's up to 20 years and like a huge fine to stop commerce in any way. So if you turn on those emergency lights, there better be an emergency with RAS, reasonable articulable suspicion, with my name involved for the reason you're stopping me, because detainment's also arrest.
Well, if you already put them on notice and you have your stuff together, yes, that applies. But if you're just another
Yeah,
way
you can't just be.
out there, it ain't gonna stick.
Yeah, I mean, guys, don't just be like throwing all that shit out at a cop, because you heard it here. And there's usually some kind of paperwork or some process to be going through and a standing to reach before you can be respected.
Right.
Man, I ain't playing with the police. They got guns and backup. You know what I mean? I just watched a video today. I watched the video. Never argue, right? I just watched a video today, and the guy was like, "Are this reasonable and articulable? Am I being detained and all of that stuff?" And that dude ended up face down on the ground with his, you know what I mean, yelling and screaming. Ah! I was like, "Wow, this is great."
That reminds me of "Don't touch me there, booty hole man."
Right.
I mean, that's a guaranteed way for them to treat you badly if you start arguing or you start saying, start trying to school them. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. If you have your notices, you hand it to them. You let them know they're on notice. If you have your paperwork ready, you can give it to them. If they ask for a license, you put them on notice. First thing you do is turn on a recording. Your phone, your dashboard cam, whatever the hell you have. Right?
You know the end all for the police? Because I mean, let's get back to basics, right? What are they doing? They are conducting business, right? So what you do is
faulty ass bullshit business.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter, but if you want to do business with me, Mr. Officer, here's my DBA, right? It's my assumed name, my fee schedule, all right? Like, I'm not putting you on notice of my rights or anything.
Nope.
They don't care about any of that because that's not what's going on. They are doing business.
So that right there, you need to do that before you get stopped.
Right. Oh yeah.
Here's what's gonna happen. If you give them the notice right then and there, and you don't have a record of it, like if you don't have your recorder and all that stuff, and you don't put every single thing on the record, it's gonna count as not enough time to do anything on the spot. Especially if you have like a whole folder of stuff, and they go, "Well, what's this?" And you go, "Well, this is I'm putting you on notice that this is my property, and if you do this and that, this is my fee schedule." Right? Yes, they have all the time in the world. They could be sitting there looking through your documentation. But ultimately, in the court, the judge is going to say, well, no police officer is going to have a legal representative on the side of the road to go through all this stuff. So they're well within their rights to do whatever the hell they want until you get to court. So to avoid all of that, you send that to all the police departments in your local area.
Right.
Wherever you know you're going to be traveling, you send that shit up front immediately.
Exactly.
So if and when you're stopped, because I've proven that several times, cops right behind me, I don't have regular state stuff. And they sitting there, I see them on the computer through the rearview mirror doing their stuff, and they just drive right past. They don't bother me. Because all my shit is on record. Their record, the county record, all that stuff.
Yep.
But if you do get stopped, you just let them know, hey, your department was notified. Here are copies of the certified mail deliveries. So if you wish to proceed, just know that there's a fee attached to every violation of law. Also, under color of law or whatever you think you're doing. But go right ahead, whatever you feel is necessary. You have the gun, so under threat, duress, and coercion, I will cooperate with whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
And you're done. You don't need to argue.
Yep.
Because if they feel like they're going to drag you to jail, you cannot do anything.
Exactly. I'm not fighting you.
It don't matter what paperwork you have. If they feel like that day, listen, I'm on a power trip, I need to put somebody down, I need to make an example. It don't matter if you're black, you're white, you're Chinese, or whatever, they are gonna do it.
Hope they're ready to box. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You funny.
Well, dude, they've trained for that. They're ready for that too.
Hey, man, I'm trained for boxing too, but I won't, guys, because I have kids and I want to get home.
All right, bro.
Yeah, and James, you say, but you still go to jail. Yeah, I mean, they could do whatever they want, but guess what? Being that you put them on notice ahead of time, that fee schedule comes in real handy, and you could get a nice fat check at the end of that.
Not only that, but don't they have to take you directly before a magistrate if you call? I mean, if you cite it.
No, they don't. They could do whatever they want.
Well, I mean, I know they can do whatever they want, but then afterwards, your recoupment, your restitution for them not taking you directly before a magistrate.
Right, but you have to have those rights as expressed up front.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And on the record.
Right. Well, you already have the record. Right. You established a record before court.
Right. Exactly.
And the offending party also was notified way ahead before they even violated. So they knew what they was doing. If they didn't notify their agents, the principal is still responsible.
Right.
They didn't object to it. And if they did, they still need to provide something that's authenticated, that's signed by an authority, which they will never do that.
Never.
Because when they do that, their qualified immunity goes out the window for
anything. Take personal responsibility. And you can take their wife's panties if you feel like it.
You just love to go overboard, right?
I mean, shit, they're throwing us overboard. Like I'm just joking here for some comic relief.
Right. That was hard. They throw us overboard, don't they? Literally into the sea.
And keep our afterbirth, huh?
Oh man, dude. Oh man.
Oh, Invisible Man, you say you totally make a mistake, though your license was valid. Go back and forth with a magistrate. Don't ever go back and forth with nobody. Don't do it, especially in court. Don't. Now, if you want, okay. So a lot of people be like, oh, how do I prove to them I'm not the straw man? How do I prove to them that the name that is in court is is not me, right? I mean, there are simple ways of going about it, but here's because people love to validate things, right? Here's a gem that you could use. Everybody, well, most people know a physician, or you go to the doctor for a checkup for whatever reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go to the doctor and tell them you're doing a report for school. It don't matter how old you are, they don't care. Tell them you want a report that says that proves that you're alive. They're the only ones that can authenticate in the system that you are a living being, other than your mother and your father. So this physician is going to feel like, okay, he's coming to me. You know, he wants to do this report, and I feel like I'm going to be a good Samaritan today. So what he's going to do is go, okay, I'm going to list your heart rate. I'm going to put your name down. I'm going to put how many hands you have, how many legs you have, you know, all these vitals. And you can now file that into your affidavit or whatever into the state
He's not
record.
going to do teeth, is he? No, I'm just
It don't matter. As long as it shows something that a fiction cannot have.
Correct. Like
So when
Mark.
you go to court and they go, well, is this you? You can say, no, absolutely not. You say, I own that name. That's my name, yes, but that's not me. I'm standing right here.
You can
And when,
also ask, correct me if I'm wrong, please. But you can also ask, first of all, like, am I a name or do I have a name? Do I possess a name?
no, you don't want to do that. You don't want them to define nothing about you. Not a judge. Not a judge. That will land you in hot water. Because he's going
Why?
to say,
Because of their smart ass comebacks?
not just smart ass comebacks, he will tie you up. Because if you're asking him about you, that means that you're giving him authority. You don't want to give him no authority at all.
I wonder if
Oh.
there's a way to ask it without doing that.
Without doing what?
Without giving him authority.
Yeah, you go in with your physician's report. Can a fiction have a vital?
Well, that's what I was going to say. You could say I'm here on special appearance for the matter, not as the matter.
No, you don't even have to go into that. You can say, this over here is my legal name. I own it. I, as a man or a woman, whoever you are, I am standing right here, and a physician has given me a copy of a report that shows I am alive. These are my vitals. Can you say for the record if a fiction has a vital? Do they have a heartbeat? Do they have arms and legs? Do they have eyes? Please explain for the record. Unless I'm mistaken, please correct me. How are we going to get around that?
That's gold.
You see what I'm saying? There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yep. Either way, it's dead.
Exactly.
Yep. I mean, you could do that.
First of all, anybody skinning cats, shame on you.
I mean, I might just go do that right tomorrow. Go get like a physical, and can I get a certified copy of my report or whatever the vitals and all that? Go file it down in the court cases just in case.
No. You don't want that. You want to ask the physician to write something up, because again, you don't want it from a fiction. Like their regular reports. Remember, it has just basic crap. You want to ask the physician, because the physician, you want to say, hey, I want it to come. They say it has to come from a person, like an individual, right? You don't want just a general report. Anyone could get a physical, but not everyone is getting something from a physician.
It's going to have your vitals on there, right? It's going to have your blood pressure, It's going to have your LDLs and all that. Could the state have an LDL?
Right.
So, question. So your parents could do the same thing, correct? My father passed, and my mom's still alive. Could she possibly write a handwritten note?
That's another way. I was going to say.
Yeah.
You could come with a notarized.
Would it have the same strength?
You get a notarized copy of 2 witnesses, 3 witnesses. It's different for each state. saying that you are living or whatever, and you could go file that. Like I've got one when I corrected my status with the assemblies, right? So I've got witness letters. You can go file that in order to do it.
But
I
you
think.
see, here's the thing. Well, this is just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just say that much. Yes, you can do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Another living being. The only difference is a normal everyday person. Yes, they're a part of the community. Yes, they're alive and all that stuff. But they have to make they have to make specific claims to say, okay, this man, because you don't want to use the name person, say this man is standing in front of me, but they can't make claims like his heartbeat is this much, or they can just say, well, I could feel him having a heartbeat. He has two hands, he has eyes, legs, blah blah blah. However, someone with a title within the system, right? They say doctors, lawyers, and judges, they're always in cahoots in police. But anyways, someone from within the system certifying something cannot be refused.
Okay.
A third party claim can be refused. That's why I advocate for the physician, because they can make a claim to say, hey, I witnessed this. I am certified within my field of practice to make this claim, etc. So they can't refuse that because they gave him authority to make claims in his field.
So you're saying you come in with a claim from a competent authority.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
The judge cannot challenge that. He doesn't have the capacity to challenge that.
Right, the competency.
Right.
Right.
And the living man said, third party have no contract with you. They don't have to have a contract with you. They can make a declaration or they can make an affidavit, and they can just name you on the affidavit to make a statement, right? A factual statement. They don't have to have a contract.
But these are just all the ways you could do it. The old school sovereign citizen way, right?
There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen.
Exactly. Well,
Sovereign is opposite from citizen. City, zen, municipal, servant.
I think that there is such a thing as a sovereign citizen. Like the number one sovereign citizen is a police officer, right?
Oh, well, he's in different offices from his house to his job. And yeah.
I mean, do the police not act above the law?
Oh, definitely.
And they are citizens because they're acting in a.
Give me 10 minutes, guys. I gotta run for a second.
And my thing is like, okay, you want to separate yourself from the name, you got to do it in a clear method. Like, say, for instance, occupying the office of executor instead of the office of person. To me, like, that ends all presumptions. Like, I'm not even sending a 12 presumption or anything like that, because what are they going to say after that? And they are all administrators. They're all administrators. And in the state law, the executor is over all administrators.
Yeah, wasn't it that the executor office is, I mean, not in authority, but the executor office is above the president, because that's still a man-made fictional office.
Mm-hmm. He's not the executor of the United States of America, is he?
Nope.
Who is? Probably somebody all the way over in England somewhere.
Oh, probably one of the royalty.
They probably
that or Israel.
Whoever's the actual executor is probably outside the ice wall, man.
Yeah, why do they call it an Arctic Circle when the land isn't a circle? I wonder.
Heat.
Moving on. Quick, moving on.
Man, Flat Earth all over TikTok, so they can't say nothing about us talking about it. You know what I mean? I got a whole Flat Earth playlist, bro. And I don't care. Y'all can call me crazy. But that's a good question, Sonny. Why do they call it the Arctic Circle? Arctic Circle.
Right.
Man, we living in a cup, bro.
Yep, we're the center. That I believe, I haven't found this anywhere, but I believe that the aurora borealis is the energy given off by the mother tree that they cut down Avatar.
Well, they say it comes from the Black Rock, that mountain that's up there, and all
Yeah.
the energy that's released from it.
Is Vanguard up there too?
Yeah. I don't know what Vanguard is, but I know there's an
Vanguard's the
actual black.
next one down from Black Rock.
Right, but I know there's an actual rack black. Well, I don't know because I've never seen it, but supposedly there is a actual black rock, and it's a big mountain, and it's completely
Oh yeah.
and it's just emitting all kind of energy and aurora borealises and stuff. You know what I mean?
I just you know how they put, the evil ones or opposition, they have the contract of having to tell us, right? So they do that with putting the true and what we are conditioned to think is fake, and vice versa. So I just saw, I saw Avatar where humans light manifest.
Humans, yes, man.
Yeah, humans light manifest, and and they showed that big mother tree, and I don't know if you guys in the chat know this, but the plants speak to each other barely above our frequencies of hearing, and that makes the happening really fucking scary to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, what are planets?
A
Right?
T plane.
A plane, a subsection of a greater plane, maybe.
And isn't that why that's twinned up in the courts where the planes are separated? So the stenographer's on you, or the clerk of courts. Then there's a witness that's barely above, and the judge is above all. So you're on
Yeah.
different planes. Isn't
There you
that
go.
how David Wynn Miller got the plenipotentiary judge, went into the world court, put a piece of paper on the ground, and stood on it?
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard about that one too. Man, David Wynn Miller. I mean, you got to wonder why he went to jail. And it's like, if this guy knows all of this, why is he going to jail? Because he pled guilty to the facts, and then tried to accept the charges and for value and then all that stuff. But he still pled guilty to the facts. I mean, how do you settle that debt? Because it's a debt they're imposing upon you, claiming that you owe them, and you don't pay. They hold your body as surety. Create their bonds. I mean, it's like, dude, once we know what's going on, it's like, why do we still continue to go in there and fight this quote unquote law that they're supposedly adjudicating?
Old dogs can't learn no new tricks.
Right. I mean, I'm gonna just attack him right at the heart. Come in with my DBA. If you want to talk about, and even if you don't have a DBA, each state has a way that you can file like a petition of letter of administration, letting them know that you are the one who's executor. Even if you don't have it on the record, you could just file that. But here's the thing now. Once you do that, you got to set up your office, man, because the executor moves into private, not in the public. I mean, I'm talking about anything, bro. If I get a letter in the mail, I'm sending back a response from the executor. I don't mean, I'm not even, if I got to look at the codes or find the codes, right, just to, outline the fact that, hey, guys, this is your responsibility. Okay, now get back to work. Eat your Jello and get back to work. Man, this letter where they lowered my mom's credit limit from bank card, her credit card. Oh man, see, but we can't send it from the letter of the executor, but you could just respond back with, I mean, can you? Well, that's fine. Can you just return the securities, right? That might have generated any whatever yields or profits. Can you return those to me if you're gonna lower my mom's credit score, And then you come up with the codes and all that stuff. But hell, if I claim, excuse me, when I claim my dad's estate, my mom's estate is underneath hers. So I'm sending a letter as the executor of her estate, because they're not sending it to her. They're not sending his bill to my dad. They're sending it to his estate. And who's managing it? I mean, it's gonna all like say for instance the whole United States population all claim the name is operating in the correct capacity. What's gonna happen the next day? Like all of it's gonna go down. I posted a video. This dude was talking about the executive office, and he goes, "Dude, I've done it for a couple of friends, and they are just enjoying life. And it's just you'll notice that life just comes a whole lot easier, right? I mean, I felt like roasting some marshmallows while this dude was talking. Right? There's nothing to argue about anymore. What are we arguing about? Am I doing business with you? Well, okay. If you want to do business, here's my fee schedule.
If you want to do business, here's my Brad Pitt payment schedule.
Mm-hmm. Look, the fee schedule that we got from class, Sonny. I'm gonna revamp it and turn it into my statutes now.
Oh shit! It's
Right?
like $5,000 a minute for a call, 12 million for a summons.
Mm-hmm. And you know what
All
I'm
that.
gonna do? And I'm gonna post it in the paper, so it's you know what I mean. I'm gonna post my whole fee schedule in the paper. It's gonna cost like $3,000.
Over there, I didn't know you were coming in.
I have 3. There's only
And
3.
then I'm gonna put it up on my website.
Love you too. I'm gonna put it on a hat and a shirt and my undies.
Yo, I know this guy who has his Minnesota DBA on a card that he could just pull out like it's a business card. And on the back he had his copyright on it. Whatever decree or whatever you get back from copying your name. USPTO. We got Robo, it's like once you figure stuff out, now it's like, okay, how can I get creative with it? Let me come to different one. Let's go the administrative route today, just because I need something to do. Life is too good right now. Let me go get some content that I can post on TikTok, you know? You see my post going down, like I don't even post no more because it's like, man, just spend hours just looking for a court case that I can go through and like try to learn and how to get around what they're doing and I can't waste my time with that no more. I looked at you guys know who Chili DeCastro is? And he's a YouTuber and he goes around calling the cops pigs and put your hands on me because he's a big swole dude and his channel is very entertaining. But they just posted a video, one of the sovereign citizen channels, of him getting arrested and being put in jail for 90 days. I really wanted to go over that case, but I'm like, man, I'm not wasting on the time because this is all theater. That dude's an agent, and he might not even know he's an agent. You're going in there fighting the law. Oh, he's like, I'm a constitutional lawyer. I'm like, yeah, man, but do you have your DBAs, man? Like, you don't know this? Get out of here. I'm job. I'm tired, man. Like,
Brad,
Anybody told you your background picture is dope?
Yeah, and you know that picture is like from a video about the executive's office. That's what I
Oh
keep.
no shit.
Yep, absolutely. And the guy's just going over it.
Yeah, I got into, I don't know, I don't think I've talked to you about it difficult, but I've got into another class like almost like right away.
Hmm.
Um and so like I've kind of been bombarded. I'm still waiting for my mom finally sent out my authenticated birth certificate, or mine's actually a certificate of live birth. Um but she got that sent out today, so I should be getting that tomorrow, and then I can, you know, get after it.
I'm not sure what authenticating the birth certificate does. What does that do?
You know, I don't know. All I know is it's a title, and I got it coming. I haven't like, I just got the itemized list of what I need done, and that's one of them.
Right, I get it.
Like what I say is dust if you must. So like if I'm doing this shit, I don't really throw out the trash as much as I should. You know what I mean? I do it when it piles up because I got better shit to do like this. And once all my bills and the mortgage and everything is, you know, taken back and that shit, then you know I'll pick up a little more.
Hmm.
So like same thing with finding out about authenticated birth certificate. If it's not saying that I need to learn it, I'll just get it and I'll learn it later.
Right? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. As long as it's done, like, yo, here's the thing, right? I see that as having all your bases covered. Because when you get up to bat, when you get up to bat again and you got all bases covered, grand slam. You know what I mean? Domino. Bitch. Slap the table with it.
I'm gonna slap it with the domino.
Right. Big Joker, baby. Slap.
You know when they said when old boy said something about the physician doing the declaration of life,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make sure they get the circumference of it too. Of my no, I'm sorry, I couldn't even say it. I was all prepared to say it, but I can't say it. I couldn't do it. Sorry guys.
Right. Hey, does the state got all this?
Can the state come in here with a pair of balls, hold them, and sit on the witness stand under the
Exactly.
penalty of perjury?
Exactly. You know, that's where they say testify comes from. Man, a man would have to
Oh
hold
yeah,
his
testify,
testicles.
testimony. Yeah, because women weren't
Testicles.
allowed to testify back then.
Right? Very patriarchal.
Hey Glenn, it's not a trademark your name, it's a service mark.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely trademarking my name, and I'll be getting a DBA as
Hey,
me.
difficult. It's a service mark. Things that you utilize are service. Trademark is products.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman. They doing
Nice.
business. I'm telling you, I'm getting a DBA that's gonna say Mr. Difficult, and I'm gonna take that down to the DMV, see if I can get me an ID with the word difficult on there. Because if I'm driving, I'm conducting commerce, and if I'm going to do business, I could do business under my own terms, and I want to be named Mr. Difficult.
I think I'm gonna get taser face. Oh,
Oh, oh, that's in my fee schedule too.
I died. I died when I heard him say that.
Taser face. You're the boss. That's right. Polish,
Nah,
you
Mary
got.
Bear, you're the boss, girl.
Mm-hmm. Polish, you got. Do you have a case going?
I do actually. I've just been waiting, just listening in. I've been watching your channel for a long time or whatever, and it's really opened my eyes. It's not my case; it's my daughter's actually.
Okay.
So, but I'm in Canada, so I don't know if the same jurisdiction applies out here or if it's different.
State law is universal, my friend.
So that means it does. So in any case, all the stuff you talk about applies basically to the common man, I guess.
What's well, like? What stuff like what?
Well, like getting pulled over, not having to drive with a license, stuff like this. Like people do it here and get big court cases, but in the end they always win, right? So I don't want to be one of those advocates that's going out. I'm just curious. I just sit and listen and try to, learn as much as I can from what you guys are chatting about. So, um,
They probably lose because they have an attorney.
Yeah, there you go.
pardon me.
They lose because they have an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
An attorney works for the same people. They're all the same good old boys club. They all have a membership to the bar union. Bar is British accredited registry. You can't
which
be
is the
a
Crown.
citizen.
Right.
Sorry, keep going. My bad. Keep going. I apologize.
You can't be a citizen and practice law. So they're a member to the union bar, the bar union. I mean, so they all work with each other, and that's why when you have an attorney, a vowel followed by two consonants makes it a negative. An
So,
att and attorney means no attorney, no defense. Just like defense is no fence, no defense. In like income, for instance, like you can use that for like state stamps and shit like that. It's
Okay.
income is no come, no nothing coming in.
Yeah.
so I just wanted to interject here a little bit. I kept forgetting to say this quite a few times, but I know a few people had the argument or the idea to ask the judge if there is a licensed attorney in the house, or is there a licensed attorney here today, and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
That's a trap question. You don't want to ask that, because the bar does issue a bar license.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you say a licensed attorney, yeah, they are attorneys, right? They do have a license. They may not have a license to practice law. That's completely different, but they are licensed. So you have to be very specific
Yep.
about what you're asking, because the judge will
Or
ignore
can you produce it?
Well, you want to ask if they have a license to practice law, not a bar license. That's completely different.
Yeah.
Right. Because the commission doesn't issue.
No, I was doing
practice
the
law.
explanation of the bar. I wasn't saying you should ask for the bar license.
Right. No, I was just saying in general, there are people who've made that argument before.
Right.
I just want to be very
Gotcha.
careful with that. Yep.
Okay, so attorney is in like the lawyer or just
The liar?
It's the proper title that you have to use.
well, that's what I mean. So my daughter's also a young offender, right? Like she was involved in a fight that she didn't do anything and she got an assault charge. She was just a bystander. So my question is first of all, because she's a young offender or whatever, what could I do for her instead of like going and getting a lawyer? Like, because I don't believe that the lawyer is just going to dump truck her because that's what they're there for to do, right?
Correct.
Correct. Representation.
Representation?
She's got.
Yeah.
She's got hit with assault, right? Are
Yeah.
there any affidavits stating that she assaulted anyone?
Yes, a bystander.
They need to name it, and they need to be there as a first-hand claimant with injury in fact.
So someone has to sign to the claims that they're making, right? They have to sign a document which makes it a verified statement.
Correct.
Or authenticated statement. You can't, like, if you're going to say something that sticks, or the judge is going to use something, it has to have someone's signature attached to it. If it's going to if someone's end up in jail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If that happens, well, do you have an attorney, or are you going about this?
Well, no, I don't. That's the thing. We're not like if you don't got cash, they want you to do legal aid, which is even worse because all of it is just for the bar. My question is, may I go into court and represent her?
Yes, there's no law saying you can't represent a fellow man, fellow woman.
Well, and that's what I mean. And it's kind of an argument between me and her mom because her mom's on the side. Like I've been trying to open her eyes to this. Like I've been following all this for a while. You know what I mean? Once I stumbled upon your channel, it's like I try to view it as much as I can when I have time. It's just I run my own business or whatever, polishing. So I try to tune in as much as I can. When I seen you were live, I just I asked a couple questions, but I just figured I'd join live and just wait to be asked. So I understand everything that you guys are saying. I don't know a little bit about law or anything just from like being through it because I've been to jail, I don't know, many times over the years, and realize that at the end of the day how this farce, things working with everything. So I'm just trying to expand my horizons and ask questions because listening and talking to you guys are going to give me the right answers compared to some dump truck bar. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
basic. So
And this isn't legal advice, by the way. We're just
no,
showing
I know it
just gonna
isn't,
say
but
that.
at the end of the day, I'm just saying, like, I listen in and I try to learn as much as possible from what you guys are talking about in all areas of everything from driving, tickets, charges, whatever, income tax, all that stuff, mortgages.
So
Yeah.
You have to be very careful about what you're trying to do. And what I mean by that is the capacity in which you're trying to assist, because you can't help anyone, you can only assist. You're
Yep.
trying to assist someone. So if you take the part of what you would say a friend of the person or a co-counsel, right? Counsel could be
Yep.
anyone. It doesn't have to be an attorney.
Yep.
That's completely different from getting a power of attorney to act as the person or act on behalf of the individual or man or woman or however you want to term that.
Yep.
So you have to first overstand all of those hats before you choose what you're going to do and how you're going to execute on it.
100%. That's the thing, you know. I don't know if I'm gonna I don't know if I'm gonna do it. I just wanted to see, you know. I'm not confident yet that I'd be able to because I still need to study more, and that's why I just listen a lot. You know what I mean? And I really appreciate you taking the time to even talk to me and give me the, you know, the solutions or the information that I'm seeking.
Hey, Polish.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Polish.
No,
Oh
it's
wait, no, it is
Polish.
Polish
I
because you
know. I
said you
get
do it as a
it.
business. My bad.
Yeah.
The best advice I can give for you for confidence is do role playing.
Yeah, I actually have. You know what I mean? In
Oh,
some
nice.
cases, I try to, but I'm going to postpone it because I know that we got 30 days. We don't have counsel. I'm going to put that off
30
three
to 90.
times. I know that. So I got through. Trust me, I know. I put off jail for almost 2 years and I almost beat the case, but it ended up getting dump truck. But so yeah, this is why I'm saying like, yeah, I'm gonna put it off. And in the meantime, I'm trying to gather enough information so that, you know, first of all, what my question is, when she got charged, you know, I told her not to go down and sign it. Well, the cop told us, well, there's going to be a warrant issued. So right away, you know, she panicked. My ex panicked, her mom, and took her down and she signed it. I told her to sign it with her left hand, but she signed it with her right hand. Now that she signed it, does that put her in that trap already?
Not necessarily.
You know what I mean? Can she pull an affidavit on the cop or whatever it's called, or can she go and ask for the police officer's oath?
No.
Or no, it's not called that here. It's called
Rescission
something
of
else.
signature.
Like
what exactly are you trying to do first? You have to define your goal before you start executing processes.
To get the case thrown out before it even hits the court.
Okay.
Because the police officer that
I got to cut in here because you said that there is a victim though. There is somebody who signed an affidavit.
yes, there is, but she's lying.
Right.
She's lying on the sheet. Go ahead. So my thing is this: like, if she's lying, and you have evidence to prove it, right? But here's the thing: is it really an affidavit that someone signed? Make sure of that. Produce that affidavit. I want to see this affidavit because I bet there isn't one. They're just saying it. Hearsay. They probably got an.
And I thought that.
Huh?
I thought that. Sorry, keep going. Yeah, no, I'm listening.
Make sure there's an affidavit because to me, I don't know anything about a case where there is a victim. I've never heard nobody so, you know what I mean? But they're trying to say that there is. Okay,
Yeah.
so where's the affidavit?
Well, see, so now the affidavit comes up in court though, because it basically I think when she pleads or whatever, I don't want her to plead guilty. Whereas like the two girls that were with her did assault the other girl though. She was just standing there and got off the bus with them, and then a witness said, "Oh, these three girls did it, but my daughter didn't do anything."
Yeah. See, like,
so that's what I mean.
This might have to go to trial, but if these people sign something under independently perjury, see now it could be because the lawyer probably convinced them to, just so they can get that controversy going, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure all these people have their lawyers.
Agreed.
I would make sure that there's an affidavit first, because if there is, then you know you're gonna have to start getting your all your evidence and all that stuff ready.
Yeah. Okay. So then,
shows up to court, you got to show up, or else they get the judgment.
No, 100%. And I thank you so much for filling me in with the information. But my next question is now the police officer that filed the charge. Could I go and say, well, you're the police officer, you know, I don't have all the paperwork like when you get pulled over or whatever, but is there any way to pull his oath or
See? Right? Okay, so if you get the docket, Is it victim versus your daughter, or is it the state versus your daughter?
Right.
It's the victim.
Is that what's on the docket?
I
So,
haven't
so
honestly seen it. Like she got papers, and I haven't even seen her court papers. This just happened like 2 weeks ago.
Because this sounds like a civil matter, right? But now you're going into criminal, right? Because it should be two people, but what they do is they take controversy between two people and then they code it and charge both of them.
yep.
This
So,
also, brother. This also sounds like a rush to judgment.
Yeah, they want her to plead guilty right away.
No, no,
so,
no,
so,
no,
so,
no,
so,
no.
so this is what you want to do first. Go to the court. Well, can you get her to sign something like a power of attorney?
I could, yes.
Okay, get a power of attorney, a basic simple one that says that you have the authority to review her case file, right? Just you can write
Okay,
it,
yeah.
just say power of attorney on the top of a paper, have her write with her hand, I am giving such and such the power to access and review my case file. You put the case number and you go down to the county clerk and you get a copy of that case file, everything that's in the current case.
Make sure you say attorney in fact too.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. So I gotta get her power of attorney first. Then I can go down to the courts and ask for anything that has to do with her case before
No,
we go and get a lawyer.
Now go to the county clerk. There's
Well,
a
no,
main
sorry, I'm
superior
in
court
Canada,
clerk.
bro.
Right.
So there is no county clerks. We just have the police stations and then the courts.
Yeah, go to the court, and whoever the head clerk is, you ask for that head clerk. You go to that window, and you tell them you would like a copy of this case file. And they say, well, are you the defendant or the plaintiff? And you're going to say no. And you give them the power of attorney. And they're going to say, okay, it's such and such amount for however amount of copies. They locate that file. You get a
Yeah.
copy of the case file. And now you know where you stand. Now you know what's there and what you need to do.
Oh my God, guys. Thank you. I can't, you know what, man? I really appreciate you guys taking the time out to even listen to me, man. And I don't know if you guys are, check out my channel or whatever. I do mobile metal polishing and semi trucks and whatnot, but I'm going to follow in and I'm going to let you guys, someone else come in or whatever. But I will be in tune and thank you guys. Everybody that's online that's hearing me, man, you guys are the greatest. Keep doing what you're doing.
Hey, DM me and join the Telegram. We can start
Yeah.
drafting some documents, man. I'll send to you some templates and all that.
Okay, perfect. I will.
And the
I will be in
templates-
touch for sure.
and
Have
the
a great day, guys.
You too, man. All right.
What a nice guy.
This is not legal advice. We're just sharing our experiences.
Yep, this is what I would do in that situation. This is
Correct.
not giving any
This
direction.
is role playing, guys.
Right. Even doctors don't give advice. They make recommendations.
Exactly.
Those bastards get mad that you use WebMD, and then I caught one using WebMD. I was like, you sons of bitches.
Like, have you heard the whole thing where this healer is out there, right? It's a black dude. He's a healer, and he said that he's beat all these things, and he gets past with all of his natural herbs because he does not use their words. He doesn't say I can cure diabetes. This is why Dr. Sebi went to court, and you know what I mean?
Won in Supreme Court.
Yeah, but they was trying to say he was practicing medicine because why? He said he could cure diabetes. Diabetes is owned and patented.
Yep.
You're using my intellectual property. So this guy doesn't say he'll cure diabetes. He says, well, we'll just remove the mucus from your kidneys.
Mucus and parasites, guys. Mucus and parasites.
Exactly. Let's get to the root cause of what's going on and not just throw legal jargon on top of it. Because just like the doctors, instead of getting to the root problem, all they do is throw chemicals on top of it. Unnatural stuff. And this is not medical advice either. And I ain't practicing nothing. Right? I'm not going to anyone who's practicing. I want somebody who knows what they're doing. Anybody else out there got an affliction? It's like 4 o'clock. This live has probably gone on for about 3 hours now, and I love it. I'm not going anywhere. Me, this is my job, doing the work of the Most High.
Yeah, I was gonna say you was on here for a long time, bro. I made breakfast. I'm on lunch now. I was making my son breakfast. I seen you hop on. I'm like, I gotta get on and talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
Sure enough, I'm eating lunch now. I'm like, hey, he's still on. That's what's up.
Oh, but you know what we talked about the other day?
What's that?
You know what we talked about the other day? You gave me your numbers.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah,
just
I'm keeping that on the wraps though, because when I get it, I'm slapping some people in the face with it.
yeah, I just went in the closet and found out my paperwork.
Mm-hmm. He's already sent it off now though, so I'm just waiting on it now.
Cool.
So you got in on it though. We'll see what happens, man. Like I told him, I'm willing to try this. So I don't care. I don't know if you're a scammer or not, or an agent or all that stuff. I'm willing to try it. I'm used to dealing with agents.
Right.
That's the scary part though, because it's kind of heartbreaking too. Like, oh man, damn, B, I broke my heart. B, you broke my heart, Fredo. Like, say for instance, I found out that Yusuf L is an agent.
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy.
He's paid by the CIA or some
Oh, I
crap.
knew that. I fucking knew it.
What?
That Yusuf is an agent.
I'm
No,
not saying he
he's
is.
saying what if?
I'm not saying he is.
No. I really do believe he is, because there's some things he's saying that I heard like things against so many times from like our people, and it doesn't make sense that he just harps and harps and harps on in court shit.
But it does. It does, because he's got a radio show. The radio show won't last long if he goes out there and just be like, but hey, here's the thing. If
Well,
people
I get the business aspect, and I'm in his SPC university, as you know, Mr. Difficult,
yeah.
and don't be difficult. No, I'm just kidding. But no, it just rubs me the wrong way, and my stomach, like your first brain, it's never
Mhm.
sat right. But I didn't have concrete shit for it, and it just kept getting stronger and stronger. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
My thing is this: like, you might be able to get like a consultation with him, and then he'll give you the sauce to get off, right? But the radio show must continue. I'm gonna start a radio show. I'm gonna be dropping sauce, and like, because if you notice it, bro, most people just want to go in there and argue. So there's always going to be content for them to come up with.
They want to be right, and they want to be against the other person. It's like, dude, if all of you
Mm-hmm.
in your niches, your areas of expertise would shut the hell up about right and wrong and get together and correct each other's like weaknesses, you would all be strong, and we'd have a huge fucking team.
We would all be free by now.
Yep. And it's people need to realize that knowledge isn't ours. God is in us, as He's in. I mean, me is He's in you, and
Right.
all knowledge is also God. You know what I mean? So nothing is yours, and it's not about right or wrong. It's about, man, let my fucking people go.
Let my people go. Yes, sir.
And stop bothering me.
We need to learn, because at this point it's harassment. I'm gonna start using words like harassing, because that's what they're
Bro,
doing.
I always use those words.
Have you
Right.
guys heard about the In God We Trust? Is actually a trust named In God We. Yep.
I wouldn't put it past him.
I would not be surprised. In God we. Wow. It's a trust. It's DBA.
DBA.
I showed my mom a dollar the other day. I said, Mom, every dollar you see is going at least every $1, because I don't got a lot of dollars. I don't walk around with hundreds, but any dollar you see is gonna have 2 signatures on it. That's a note. It's a contract. Every single dollar that's floating around in your pocket has 2 signatures on it.
Wait, so I really didn't have that girlfriend in middle school?
Huh?
Nothing. Some of them are just too good and go over too fast. What's up, Mike?
What up, brother?
Yeah, I was
How you
learning.
doing today?
So I was trying to listen to what y'all were talking about, and the thing is that Yusuf L, the reason why he does all the because 90% of these cats are all about hey, what I say in court, what happens in this court and circuit court and blah 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 blah. So he's just giving out what the people want.
But
Right.
I mean, I still believe there's something there. I won't
But
flat out claim it,
but
but
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, his shit is 100% right on the number, because all he does is push the whole Sixth Amendment,
yeah, the
nature and
right to
cause.
face your accuser,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Right. Well, you've got to tell me the nature and cause of this action. Is this a
Yeah.
civil or a criminal matter? Okay, thank you, Your Honor. If it's civil, if it's criminal, then there's only two jurisdiction underneath criminal law. Which one of those is it? And then he said it ain't never been answered in 40 years that he's done it,
And what
Yeah,
are
we
the
all
two
know
for
that.
ever.
criminal?
We all know that. But what I'm saying now is like, I now know that all of that is irrelevant because all they're doing is business. This the contract makes the law, not the Constitution in this situation. Constitution has no bearing in this because this is a contract that you sign with the state somewhere along the line without
No, no,
knowledge.
no. We all know that. I'm just saying
Yeah, yeah.
that's what he goes in on. He literally, because he pulls up all these freaking idiots that are either uh, agents or something, making these freaking sovereign
Mm-hmm.
content.
Man, it's a boxing match at that point.
Right.
Get you a ticket, get you a front row seat, sit back and watch.
But
So,
I gotta say though, even though some of this stuff is questionable, it does make a lot of valid points though. It's like mixing bullshit with sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Well, I
really
don't
and
think it's
truly,
a little bit of bullshit
what'd you
with
say? You
spaghetti.
cut out. I'm sorry.
I have seen quite a few people do the same exact thing, knowing nothing about what they're supposed to be doing,
Mm-hmm.
and they end up in jail. They end up
Yeah. With a
further getting
warrant.
themselves in other bullshit, getting in other contracts and stuff. And unfortunately, a lot of people.
Here's the thing though. For anybody that's gonna go up there and do it, I give them credit. I give them credit
Yep.
because it's ballsy. You gotta have
Yeah,
balls to do.
yeah, but the other part of it is, I mean, you do need the courage to start, right? You can't just have all this knowledge and just sit there like, oh yeah, I know this, I know that, and you never use it, right? So a lot of people, they're already in a situation, then they try to use it or try to gain a little bit of knowledge and try to get off, and it's like, bro, it doesn't work like that.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be firmly in your standing with God.
Yeah, you gotta.
Well, the other thing is that everybody's got to start sometime, and sometimes people are put in these trials and tribulations to learn.
Hmm.
God
Yep.
puts us in everywhere for a reason.
Yep. And then the other person, the guy that got off the live, he was asking a question about the public defender or the court assigned attorney. Remember, guys, whatever situation you're in, again, this is my own opinion here. Whatever situation you find yourself in, you have control. Okay. So if you get a public defender, he's representing you. Unfortunately, you get put in a minor position, so you're considered incompetent. That's why you can't talk
Well,
if you have an
well,
attorney.
when you let me qualify what you just said. When you have a standard private attorney, you
No,
are put into the hold what?
go ahead.
But when you have a public defender, you can actually make him surety, which he's going to make sure that he steps himself out of, and you can actually change roles on him if you knew what the hell you were doing. Just
Right. So
like
so that's what I'm gonna get at. Let me finish. Let me finish
okay,
there. So with an attorney, it doesn't matter what it is, a public defender, a private hired attorney, whatever. It's pretty much the same thing. You get to dictate what they say and what they do. If they don't, or if they lie, or if they do some shit that they're not supposed to be doing, you can file something in court. It doesn't have to be the same court. You can also move it to a federal court. If it's already in federal, you can file a declaration to state that You are misrepresented, and you are hereby firing the attorney, and you are claiming damages. So whatever has been put in the record so far is null and void because the attorney is acting without your authority.
You just said
Okay.
that about the public defender, right? Eight.
It could be a public defender or a private hired attorney.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
but
you two both like agreed right there.
what's that?
I'm pretty sure you both agreed right there.
No,
Yeah.
no, we
Right.
didn't agree because
Well,
private attorneys are a little bit different.
No, he
They're,
said
how?
public defender.
huh?
He said public defender.
No, no.
And
What I'm
private.
saying
But go
is that
ahead.
when you have a public defender, you have a standing that is different than if you have a private attorney. The reason being is that he's a public defender, and he literally is held on that surety until you actually release him. Which is on a private attorney, he's not held on that surety. He signs that shit away immediately when you sign the contract.
That's what I
So
was gonna
it's
bring up.
it's a little bit different,
I was gonna
but
bring
that's
that
just
up.
my own opinion, and I'm not trying to yell. It's just I'm loud out here, and
So
I apologize. I'm not coming across that wrong.
like
It's all
to
right, Mike.
be
We love you.
to come on where 87 is coming in, right? Because no matter if it's a private attorney or if it's a public defender, they're gonna come at you with a contract and you're gonna sign it. But what you
Right,
could
but
do,
it's a different contract, is what I'm trying
It's
to
an
get at.
offer
it
though.
is,
You
it
can
is.
rebut it with your own conditions.
You can, but the problem is that when a public defender comes in, he's being assigned by the court. If
Correct.
you try to change the contract on a private attorney, he's going to say no way and throw your ass out of the out of the door. Whereas a public defender cannot do that.
So what you're talking about is the hot potato, the
Yeah,
liability.
you can put the liability on a public defender because he's assigned to you by the court.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's what 87 was saying. That's why I said you guys agreed. He was saying that about him, public defenders as well.
Oh, okay. So I apologize if is that the name of the guy that was talking 87? But he's right. He's 100% correct on everything else.
Right. Because here's the thing: if you want to get a lawyer or whatever, or they try to appoint you a lawyer, what people don't understand is that you can determine the contract, but people never do that. They just sign it because they don't know how to draft a contract with a lawyer. But what if you
Or
came up with
they
your
don't know
own
how to
one?
cross it out either, like cross it. Oh, that paragraph. No, no, you can't do that. No.
Yep.
Or here's another trick that a lot of them won't notice because they're up on this stuff. By the way, they're not out there just doing their
Oh,
stuff.
they're not stupid.
Right.
You're right.
But one thing, well, I hope they don't catch on to this. Don't repost this, Mr. Difficult.
what?
Another thing you could do is before you sign anything, you put by, that's by, colon, and sign.
Colon and without recourse underneath.
No, you don't have to.
Oh,
Without
really?
recourse, of
Well,
course.
you're right. Bicolon does the same thing. You're right.
Oh, this is common knowledge, though. Everybody's.
It's not.
This
I don't
ain't
know about
common
common
knowledge.
knowledge, bro.
I would say you would say
No,
the by signature is common enough.
no,
No.
No,
no,
I've
I
been
sign
learning about the
everything
buy
by.
out there recently, bro. And you know I've been in this shit for a while.
dude. I've been in this shit for a while, and I didn't even realize that shit until like 2 months ago.
What,
Right.
signing with your by signature?
The bicolon, yes, the bicolon.
Like I knew about.
Literally, there's so much garbage out there, bro, that you can go down so many rabbit holes with just the signature and how.
Yeah, but I don't think I don't think that's anything that I don't have to post though.
Oh, like
Yeah.
I knew the colon with your upper first letter, and then the lowercase regular, the dashes, the colon between your first ones, the middle ones, and the last. I
You
knew
got
about
the
that, but I didn't know about by for like till recently, like 2-3 months.
Yeah, but if you sign it like that, right? If you signing that without the by signature, it's just a signature then. You can
Not if
sign.
you not if you do the colons and the regular spelling and capitals and lowercase and dashes.
Yeah, but
Right.
like I have
If
never
you,
signed my beneficiary signature without the by, with the colons and all that. It's always been with the by. I've never signed it without the by.
so if you're signing with a title or a capacity,
Right.
right? You don't need the
Exactly.
by. You don't need the by because you're specifying it. But if you don't want the common eye to notice what's happening, and you sign by, it's still specifically delineating two different people or entities or whatever. It's a
Exactly.
delineator.
I sign my
Right?
seats. I sign my seats with the buy. Any receipt I get, I sign it with the buy because it's you know what I
Right,
mean.
but the thing is, it's not common knowledge to a lot of people of what it does,
Right.
or that it even exists. And how I found that out was from a court case.
Mm-hmm.
Right, someone was passing along the liability, and all the judges that knew, they signed with the buy. Right,
Mm-hmm.
and the ones who didn't know, because a lot of people think, oh, all the judges are in it, they all know all this stuff. No, they don't. Some of them are equity judges. Some of them are family court judges. Some of them they have different things that they studied, so they don't know everything. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you sign with the buy, you take away the liability. So going back to the whole attorney thing and lawyer thing, or whatever you want to call them, when you sign buy for those contracts where they are assigning you a public defender or you getting into a contract with an attorney, when you sign buy, you're taking the liability away from yourself and leaving it on the straw man or the legal entity. And that way, when they F up or they're doing some shit that you didn't authorize, it does not tie back to your physical body.
Mm-hmm.
So that buy will protect you, and you can also use that to cancel the contract, to say, well, you're the administrator of this property, which is the name, and therefore this person, because they're not acting in the capacity of a person, a corporate fiction, is not doing their fiduciary responsibility as it concerns this contract, because I am giving the directions and this person is providing a service, and therefore if they're not doing their job, then they're hereby fired and everything that they've done so far is null and void. Put in an affidavit, file it, you're done. Or say it in court. Judge can't refuse that. It's your testimony.
Mm-hmm. You're the only one there providing testimony too.
Exactly. No one else has first-hand knowledge unless that attorney wishes to challenge you, which they won't. I guarantee that, because then they lose their hat.
And here's another thing is when you go up into court for your arraignment, you know, always the freaking prosecutor starts talking, and then the judge says, "Oh, these charges are blah 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 blah," and you say, "Excuse me, I haven't seen anything. Can you please ask the prosecutor to please read those into the record?" And as soon as that son of a biscuit does that, he's the actual surety on all of it, everything. And that's a hot potato. He ain't gonna want to keep it.
Can you say that one more time, please?
When you go to an arraignment, okay, this might be common knowledge, I don't know, but when you go to an arraignment, oh crap, I need to step away from the ATM so I can think. When you go to an arraignment for your first appearance, they always take the prosecutor, if it's a criminal charge, what have you, the state of blah blah blah, always starts talking about what's happened and blah blah blah. Sometimes you might hear him, but he always cuts out some of the charges, or the judge will actually read the charges. But if you hear that prosecutor read those charges at that specific time, right then and there, he is the surety for those charges. So at that point, you literally stop him and you tell the judge that the responsible party, and that I can't remember the exact wording that you have to say, but there's a couple things you just have to
I
say,
think that
but
executive
that's it.
based on tort.
What's that?
I think that's the executive based on tort position.
No. It's not the executor de tort. It, if because he reads the charges into the record,
Okay.
and because of that reason only, he is the actual surety at that specific point. You know about the hot potato. It's a matter of who wants this hot potato. Boom, 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 boom. Who's going to be the surety? And some of the things I've seen, they are like, oh, we are the surety. Yeah, if you're going to settle and close this matter, and you're going to do business with them, and you're going to actually, do that, then you can be the surety. But, if you don't know shit, you don't want to be the surety, because then They're gonna take your body. Y'all ain't never heard that?
I've heard like about that scenario. I haven't gone into detail like you just did.
So like
Oh
I have a
yeah.
video for it. I got a video for it where the guy, you know, first of all, the guy says, "I don't understand what you're talking about. I only speak man, not fiction." But the judge read the charges. No, what the judge did was entered a plea for him, right? So she's trying to pass him that hot potato. And he said right there, he stopped her. He said, "Well, I'm going to hold you liable to those charges, man." And her face, go look at the video. Her face like froze up because he didn't catch that hot potato. He tried to pass him the hot potato.
Here's another thing: is when the court's going on, you got all those people in jail under Zoom and this that, and the other, or you come in with shackles and the sheriff brings you in and all this other stuff. Um,
Huh?
um, if you say to him, literally, excuse me, real quick for the record, Your Honor, am I under your care? And of course, they're going to say, yeah, because you're shackled and everything else. Well, then that makes you trustee at that point, and I order these proceedings to get dismissed at once, trustee,
There you go. I like that one.
because literally that's the only time that they cannot deny that they're the trustee. They can't. If you're in jail, you literally are under their care,
Hmm.
and
You ever seen a single sovereign citizen video with somebody asking that type of question? It's all the nature
man,
and cause. It's
All
all
those
it's
videos,
all this other stuff.
all those videos are people just
I
watching
forgot
other
my card.
videos and regurgitating what they heard. It's never what they read, because you still see those people still saying they're driving. They don't need a license to drive, and it's like they don't understand the verbiage. That's how you know you're dealing with somebody who hasn't read anything.
Well, they've been YouTube hopping.
YouTube hopping. Like, I use those videos to understand what to do and what not to do. Also, I'm still looking up every word because I know they have two meanings at all times.
Mm-hmm.
So I heard somebody telling me about methods. One of the methods I heard and I attempted to use was, are we operating under the Oxford Dictionary, or should I use the Black's Law Dictionary to understand this matter?
Yeah,
Which one?
there's a guy out there that comes in. He's an older guy, and he used the whole. Hey, I'm going to bring in the Oxford and the. There's a video all over TikTok about it.
Yeah, and I'll study his
He comes in with
channel on YouTube.
both dictionaries and said, which one are we operating out of?
Mm-hmm. Because hey, there's with every statute there's a section of definitions.
Exactly.
So I would come in with those definitions are wait. So are we using these definitions or are we using and like Eddie Seven said earlier, I'm just gonna invoke the plain what's they call it, the plain language doctrine. Can we speak in plain English here? Are you speaking plain English?
Yeah, they don't like that. I was told it when I'm practicing is frowned upon.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Hey, is that Nick guy that's in the chat that everybody's talking about that freaking is some sort of lawyer or whatever that, I don't know, everybody's complaining
What,
about?
Derek Gonzalez?
No,
Yeah,
not
that's
Derek Gonzalez. Shit, no. I
Oh,
know
Derek.
Derek. Dude.
he says dictionaries
Hell
aren't
no.
laws.
Oh,
You
Derek?
didn't operate
I'm
out
talking
of
about
them.
Nick.
Yeah, he says you don't
Oh,
operate
Oh
in.
yeah, we love that guy. He's a great practice.
Right, exactly.
He's a what?
He's great practice.
op.
He
Yeah,
gives
he's
he gives me a
like a
lot of
sparring partner.
content. He used to give me a lot of content
Yeah.
when I wanted to argue.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mary Bear. He is that employment lawyer. He was talking shit to somebody uh, the other day in one of their lives. Man, he would not come up. Would not come up because he can sit there and talk shit all he wants, but he can't answer the simple questions that we have. What is money, Nick? Give
Yeah.
me a definition of money.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do it. It's like what's the definition of a woman? You can't do it either.
Right.
What is the definition for person, Nick? In Title 26. Come on, either that or tell me that all this isn't civil in nature, and/or is not commerce.
Shit,
Answer the
kidnapping is like
questions,
rape is
Nick.
still civil.
Who cares two squared? I'm not.
Shit,
Answer the
kidnapping is like
questions,
rape is
Nick.
still civil.
Who cares two squared? I'm not.
Shit,
Answer the
kidnapping is like
questions,
rape is
Nick.
still civil.
Mm-hmm.
All right, everybody needs another side to rattle up, because you could tell immediately how he's coming in. Dude, if you actually want me to answer a question, ask one at a time and give me a chance. Give me a definition of money.
Gold and
There's one
silver is
question.
money. Gold and silver is money. All the rest is credit.
All the rest is credit. And where does that credit come from?
It comes from us, from our Sestical we trust.
It comes from you.
Yes, from us. Well, yes,
Mm-hmm.
from
Well,
our
except
signature.
except
When
for
we
the deal.
sign up something,
Well,
it gets
there is
created.
no such thing as money. I mean, even gold and silver isn't money.
Well, it has an
They're,
intrinsic value, but
they're literally money is. Look up the definition. Money is whatever somebody will give you for whatever you have, basically.
Money is
Okay,
a
so no,
medium
it's
of
not.
exchange. It's an
It's not
agreed
because
upon.
I looked it up. I looked it up.
But everything and anything can be money. There's no
Exactly.
definition in the books
No,
at
it
all.
is, bro. A current medium of exchange.
Oh,
Yes.
see, Nick said currency.
No,
See,
money is
oh, go
defined
ahead. I'm
as
sorry.
a current medium of exchange in the form of coins and
There you
banknotes.
go.
Coins and banknotes collectively. That is the current medium. That's what
Okay.
money is. It's coins and banknotes.
So so you
So
gotta say
what you're
like who's
talking
Okay.
about,
accepting?
right? What you're talking
What are you
about is
reading
like
that from?
something for something. That's called
What is
quid
that?
pro quo.
Something for something. That's consideration.
No,
That's quid pro quo. That means like what I
that's
value, the same
listen,
thing
listen.
is different. That's having your own value for things is quid
Okay.
pro quo. Something for something, not an exact value.
Money is an agreed upon medium of exchange. You got dudes using
Black law
cigarettes.
from who?
You got dudes using cigarettes as money in the gym, in the
That's
jail.
all it is. That's all it is right there.
It's all it is.
That's right.
It's treason
That's
if
right.
you ask the judge
It's
what
a medium
species
of
of money would you
exchange.
like me to
Whatever.
pay this. If he declares what species of money, it's treason.
Mm. And you notice that
Not even that. It literally states. Go ahead.
I mean, you'll never see a court take anything other than Federal Reserve notes, right? And that just right there, that takes them and makes them a corporation. Clearfield doctrine, because you're taking commercial paper, you have descended down to the mere level of a corporation. These people are doing business.
And see, Nick said what when he answered, he said money is currency.
Yeah.
It's the
Yep.
current sea, the ebb and flow for commerce.
Exactly.
There you go.
Because the Federal Reserve notes are official legal currency / money of the United States. See that? And
Right.
he's completely correct.
Right. It's just that
It's the legal, not the lawful. Correct.
currency would be considered a
Federal Reserve notes is a scam.
Absolutely.
Right.
We
It
got
would be the
people
system
running
type.
around paying debts with debts. And you wonder
Because
why
money
we
is
still got $7
currency.
trillion
That is
in debt.
incorrect, Nick.
You
That is
wonder why we
incorrect. Money is not currency.
you wonder why we're in
So
all this debt because people are running around paying their debts with more debt and just inflating the debt.
Dude, did you really just say legal and lawful mean the same thing? Now nobody should talk to him. Nobody can talk to him.
legal and lawful mean the same thing? What?
No.
Oh hell no!
Dude,
Right.
that's
All
like
right,
So,
plus
so
I got
bro,
one.
another
you
question for
right
you,
though.
Mr. Nick. I got another question for you. Ready? So, is all crimes civil in nature or not? All crimes, criminal, everything, civil in nature.
Nope. Oh my bad. You weren't talking to me.
Yes, they are.
Oh, okay. Well, it's
Everything.
criminal. It's criminal and civil. It's criminal or civil. The criminal is like on a federal level, right? As far as felonies go. For felonies and misdemeanors,
Do
those are
what?
the two classifications of criminal law. Would be a felony or a misdemeanor, right? And then civil law is
Yeah, but that's incorrect. So
how?
there's no such thing as a criminal. Uh, what you is a criminal nature. It's not. It's not a crime. It's so every crime, every single thing boils back down to a civil in nature. That's why there's a pecuniary amount on everything. That's why they want money. That's why there's bonds. That's why everything is about money. Excuse me. Everything is about uh,
Currency.
A crime
funds.
is against the flesh and their property. If it's
All
not, that's a crime.
It's just like this guy that Polish King came in, said his daughter got involved in a fight, right? And, now the state comes in and charges everybody because they got codes to charge you with.
More money.
It's commercial, business, busyness. You got to keep these folks busy working, generating these bonds so we could create more currency. You know what I mean? All crimes, all commercial. Like he said, they got pecuniary penalties attached to it. Every single one. Pecuniary means involving money.
And Nick says a crime is what the law says it is. Crimes, by their definition, are not civil in nature. That's incorrect.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nick,
Where did you go to law school, Mr. Nick? You didn't read your books, did you?
he did. He went to the wrong one.
Right.
I think I'm kind of lost here because a
There is no
crime.
requirement under
Hold on,
the
let her
law
speak,
that there
bro.
be a
Let her
victim.
speak.
No, it's under the Constitution there.
Hold on, let her speak. What are you saying?
No, no, you are correct. There doesn't have to be a victim or a person involved because a crime is actually a breaking of a statutory code.
Exactly. I was reading through the code the other
Well,
day.
the
And
problem
the
is
Georgia
that
code,
you're right.
the
You're
Georgia
right.
code.
There is no requirement under the law. It's under the Constitution, jackass.
Okay, so wait. If
No, he's not
we're
talking to
talking
you.
about,
He's not
like,
talking to
literally,
you.
if we're talking about the difference between a crime and everything being civil, when there really is a civil court law system, right? That is there. That it's when the statutory is broken and it deserves punishment, right? Now,
No,
civil law is
everything's
civil
civil in
law.
nature, and because it goes back to civil in nature, what it is goes back to admiralty and maritime, and because it's admiralty and maritime, it's criminal in nature, but um, there is no such thing as a criminal code underneath Admiralty and Maritime. And since we're underneath Admiralty and Maritime, it literally is impossible. Everything goes back to civil in nature. So what they did is they split it so that way they can make two separate deals.
Why is it called statutes and codes if they're laws? Because I'm pretty sure there are laws called laws.
That's
Public,
right. How
public
come?
law.
How come? How come none of the statutes and codes were ever ratified by by the states or Congress or whatever?
See, here's the thing, guys. I gotta just keep going back to the basics because we're wondering about admiralty and all that jazz and all that stuff. But what's happening in here is that there's a contract, right? And the Georgia Code has a list of statutes that all have pecuniary penalties attached to it. And you entered into a contract with them unknowingly, unwillingly, and unintentionally. You entered into a contract with them. It's fraud.
Assumptive or presumptive.
It's all
Verbally
fraud.
rescind the
You are
presumption.
correct. That is fraud. You are totally correct. They are committing fraud against us, and we are unbeknownstly not knowing how to get all the way out of committing it with them.
Correct. And it's like they're like I always say, I'm walking down to the criminal division of DeKalb County. Like from the get-go, I was like, how am I a criminal? This don't make sense to me. But it doesn't matter because they call anything. The Georgia Code says any violation of a statute is a crime. Excuse me? Well, you know what kind of power that gives them to write any kind of
And
statute
that is
to
the
turn me
basic
into a
definition, bro.
criminal? Huh?
That's the basic definition of what a
It's,
crime is.
it's a
To
very
commit a
big
crime.
thing. So then I looked up the word violation, okay? And I'm saying a violation is a breach of any contract. See, like even if you violate somebody,
There
right?
you go. There you go.
Say if I punch somebody, that's a crime that's been commercialized, right? But I violated their
It's like
trust.
no, a violation. Like if a dude just flat out just bitch, that's a violation, right? Because that's crazy. So,
If he
but
touched you, because
it
I
ain't
mean,
right. It's incorrect.
if
So
he touched you, right?
it's
Like
not
that's,
right
I
for
mean,
him to do that though.
it's defamation or whatever. But here's the thing: we all have the right to free speech, so he could call you anything he wants to. He could call you the N-word if he wanted to. You know what I'm saying?
So
But
so
as long as he doesn't put his hands on you or anything like that,
But the thing is we're not held to the constitutional standard.
you're held to
They
contract.
don't really apply for us
You are held
unless
to the
we get
terms.
about the
You are,
mix.
love. You are held to the terms and conditions of the contract that you entered into.
boom.
Don't worry about the
And therefore,
Constitution.
any other after that. So when you start making a change, you just got to make sure you can change, so
Right?
that you're not caught up going back.
So if you don't want to be subject to a contract, what do you do?
Rescind the contract.
Boom. Or
Life is contracts, though.
huh?
Life is a bunch of contracts to
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah,
to
but
others.
but we talking about things that violate us. Life ain't violating us right now.
Right.
Speak for yourself, sir.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
So all right. It's
Life
just
ain't
like
violate. How can life violate you? You live life. These people are violating you.
listen, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, right? So I'm gonna respect that. That's a personal right, right?
And I
Sure,
respect
absolutely.
yours as well, and that's wonderful.
That's right. But you
So
can't. Life can't violate you. It's these people, and we all know it. We need to stick together, right? And not go after them, but know what they're doing and make sure that we are prepared. You know what I mean? Prepared with knowledge, because I mean, if you going into the courthouse with a full head of knowledge of what's going on in there, there's no reason to be scared at all.
exactly. And that's the only thing that makes us scared is lack of knowledge.
Exactly.
And we won't have the confidence if we don't know.
Well,
Okay, so by definition, it says violate means to break or fail to comply with a rule or formal agreement.
agreement, which is a contract.
Right, but we're full of contracts, so it's
Mm-hmm.
it is an agreement made to us
Right.
uh, that we are to have dominion and be free and procreate and do all these good things and be prosperous
Well,
and love
that's
each
not
other.
in the driver's
Here's
license.
the thing: is
Exactly. These are separate contracts. So every contract, every
I'm
single
just saying
contract.
everything in life is a contract. That's all.
Yeah. No, you
Right.
agree. It's all trust. It's all trust. Right.
Right, for sure.
But if you form a corporation, right, and you hire people, and they start violating the terms of that contract, what do? You
Really?
either fine them or you get rid of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
you have terms and conditions for your house. It's the same thing. So this
Bro,
they just expand this in a much larger arena. Even though it's fiction, it's still a contract and it still sticks because the courts are in their house, the police are in their house, the doctors, the lawyers, the prosecutor, the judges, everybody's in the same house. So now, if you want to participate, which you don't have to, but if you start participating, you now get bound by those rules. And yeah, it may not be benefiting you, but there are ways that you can nullify some of those negative effects. And one of those things is conditional
And that
acceptance.
goes back to the Supreme Court saying that everybody's in jail voluntarily.
Yes. Jail is a benefit, believe it or not. They're
but
extending you.
And
Yeah.
here's another thing is I want to see the express written in wet ink signature of mine giving you express delegated written power of authority over my estate. Period. End of story.
Petition for a letter of administration.
Of course,
If not, I also want the written delegated authority from the United States Treasury Office, Secretary of Treasury for the judge to act upon with their written consent to administrate for the estate.
Oh,
And
administrate.
that's backed by
Letter-
their statute 16. What is it? 16. Shit, I have it written down.
And listen to the words too. Administrate. They're administrating. They're ministers. You know, they're administrating administrative hearing by magistrates.
You know, it's funny. I was listening to that whole Fannie Mae debacle over 5 days or something in Atlanta, and the defense attorneys even right there said to the judge, uh, "Excuse me," and he called him an administrator in this tribunal,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like it's right there in front of everybody's face. You just gotta look.
Mm-hmm.
Words mean things, Nick. Period.
What's happening, Pooh? What's good, brother? And Pooh?
What's up?
And himself.
So I just can't help but to think, right, that because you just asked that, right, that you wanted to see that writing, like I want to see
In the shower.
that
Hold up.
writing where I gave you
He was in
permission
the
to do
shower.
all of this, right?
Hey, what, lady?
I said that, if you're asking for um verification of these contracts that you signed into, they were given permission to do this, I'm pretty sure, I don't know that much about the law or what process, but I'm pretty sure you can, demand that they give that to you.
Absolutely. It's
You know?
discovery. Absolutely.
Right. Right. You would file a motion. You would file a motion to, get all the information.
Yep.
excuse me, I have a question for everybody. I got this paper. I had got this before my situation that I'm going through now happened. But when I went to court the first time, my court appointed attorney, I showed him to him, and he said, "You can't do this." I'm like, "What do you mean I can't do that? Isn't that to respond to the allegations?" And he's like, "Well, wait a minute, you could do it, but it's just I just want to ask for let's just see what happens, and I'm gonna try to get you a new court appointed attorney." But I was like, "No, I need your help to fill this out." It says United States District Court for and then it has the blank line, District of blank line division, and then it has the little like things that look like a half moon all the way going down for like I'd say 4 fingers long, and it says case number be filed by the clerk of office, jury trial, check one, yes or no. And then it says on the opposite side of the lines, it says plaintiff, write the full name. It gives you the explanation, but would this be able to be used instead of me showing up in court, like for me to send this out through mail to the district attorney?
No, no,
you
not
know,
from my understanding or experience. That would work because those things, when you start with those types of paperworks, they're like basically asking you to show this is what's being brought against you. This is what you need. You have the burden of proof, depending on who's the plaintiff and who's the defendant. It sounds like you're the defendant in this case. So the plaintiff would be like the DA or the city. The
So can't
district
the city
attorney's
not?
office.
Could the city bring something to you like with no evidence? I thought it has to be
They do it
living
all the
witness.
time.
They do it all the time.
I mean, they will plant the evidence if they ain't got it. Just be sitting there like, whoa, hold on, wait, I'm not prepared for this because you were preparing for the truth.
But
And I
this is
keep
the
going back
thing.
to it.
It's
All
all
they doing is doing
fiction.
this.
It's
Yeah, sorry.
all fiction.
Right.
Y'all make this shit real every single day.
Mm.
It's fiction. Fiction is not real. It's the Alice in Wonderland. It's all that bullshit that individuals read.
So how do I stop them? Because it says then it says defendants answer to complaint. The parties filing this answer to
Well,
complaint.
hold up. What are you even in court for?
Oh, I haven't been to court. I received something in the mail from the district attorney saying that somebody has brought a claim towards me, for brandishing a weapon, but I never brandished any weapon.
So you return it back to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You give it back to them. As long as you hold on to their shit, you're liable.
What do you mean?
I mean, they sent you that piece of
The
paper,
item in
right?
question.
You're
You didn't
holding it. It's
rebut it.
like the hot potato.
You got
You
to
have the
rebut it.
hot potato.
That's what this paper would be for, right? To rebut it.
I don't know what
No, you got
paper
to do
you're
it yourself.
referring to. You had to
Oh,
understand that
what
there's
paperwork
two.
he's talking about? Okay, so they gave you something that's kind of blank where it says plaintiff and all of that,
No,
but
this
they told
I
you that
had
somebody
already.
brought a charge.
No, I had this already. All I received from the district attorney was a letter saying that for the case has the case number and it says somebody has brought penal code a violation of penal a claim against you for violation of penal code Wuti
Oh
rules,
man.
which is
Listen to the
commonly
words.
known as brandishing a
E.
weapon.
E.
Yeah.
E.
Okay,
E.
good
E. Wait.
afternoon. Good
Hold on,
afternoon. Good afternoon.
Listen.
Hold on.
Mr.
Listen.
Hold on.
Difficult, didn't we talk to this young man this morning, early this
yeah.
morning at 3
Yes, we
something this
did.
morning? He never called, so you playing games. You
But
never called. I told
yeah,
you I could get you some help, and you never called. So stop taking everybody's time up playing games.
I'm
No,
not playing games.
Yeah, you
it's
are, because I told you to call me, and I told you I
But
could
you're
help you.
talking about the
You right back
children's
on here with
matter.
that same stuff.
You said you
No,
were gonna help me
Stop
with the
playing.
kids matter. I'm talking about with the district attorney letter.
No, you doing the same thing. We talked to you at 4 something this morning for hours about that same thing.
And this paper won't solve it?
Come on now,
she,
there's other people on their live that need some help.
yeah.
You doing too much.
yeah.
Come on now.
That's true.
Hey,
E.
host,
E. E.
Guys,
host,
I
you
gotta get
bouncer.
going. Sorry to butt in.
And
I gotta
Mr.
get going,
Difficult,
but
you
it's always a
playing with
pleasure
this
talking
Nick
to all
guy
of you.
too. You need to make me a moderator so I can get rid of him too.
Love you
Right?
guys.
Oh,
No, keep Nick
he's in
around.
all the
We like Nick.
lives talking shit. He's in
Yeah, I
all
We,
don't
of them.
we
care,
like
but I
Nick.
mean, you all allowed that because the women don't allow that mess. He ain't coming on our lives there. That they get rid of him as soon as he come in there. Stop playing games
Nancy,
with these guys.
Yeah,
If
but
you're
Nancy,
gonna
it,
be
it,
especially
real,
you.
be
I love you.
real.
I'm going.
All right, Sonny.
it,
No, Nick has a purpose.
I'm trying
yeah,
to do
Nick
it.
has a purpose.
So
Nick,
this paper
Nick is,
won't help me. That's what you're
it,
saying.
Come
it's
on
the
now,
same
there's
way
other
that
people out there
Yusuf
that
L.
need help down there, and you up here playing games. If you was trying to get help, you'd have reached out to me because everybody heard me. It was on there this morning.
Yeah,
Didn't
but
I
that's
not
the
tell him to
child
call
thing.
me?
I'm
I could
trying to
help him.
address the DEA thing right now. I just, if
No,
you
you
read the
playing. Stop.
comments I put
Stop
on the
playing.
thing,
He's not playing,
Stop
Nancy.
playing.
He just doesn't know what to do. This guy's
I
desperate.
told him to call me. Didn't I
Right.
not tell him to call? Did I
but
not
I
put you
thought we
my
were
number in
talking
the
about the
thing?
children's thing yesterday or today in the morning
Yeah,
when we
but
were talking.
either way, you should have called and found out whether or not she could help you
Exactly.
on
My
both
number.
of
I
them.
put my
Shit,
number
somebody,
I
in
have
his
your number.
thing.
Yeah, you messaged it to me. You
somebody
sent it
tells
to
me
me.
to call when I'm green. Trust me, I'm calling. I damn sure called
Oh,
everybody.
now that's why
I
I
called
said I usually
anybody
don't
and
say too
everybody.
much. I try not. Either I'm gonna help a person. If I'm not gonna help a person, I ain't gonna say nothing. But when I saw you on there doing the same thing, and I know these people on here need other help, and you playing games, I have to say something. You can go ahead and
King
drop me,
Carter want
Mr.
to call you,
Difficult.
No,
Nancy.
you good, Nancy?
Hey,
You good?
Ample.
King Carter want to call you. All right now.
All right now. Hey,
Yeah.
I done made you moderator. You ain't got to go nowhere.
Oh, you got me moderator.
Just
Oh,
I
don't
baby, I'm
fuck.
got you
finna clean
moderator.
house.
I got you as a moderator right now.
Okay, well, I'm gonna clean house. Next one say something crazy. He say something crazy. He out of here.
Oh,
That's
I'm always
crazy.
talking crazy, so I
Okay.
keep
Yeah,
it
no, I
E,
promoted.
need help.
Nah, keep
y'all
Nick
Real
around.
better
bad,
stay on
y'all.
your
Hey,
P's and
find nothing
Q's.
crazy to say.
hey
Damn.
guys, hey guys. E, hit me up, bro. E, hit me up.
Can they hear
Okay.
me?
Hit me up or hit Nancy up.
No, he don't want to hit me up. He done with that. He playing games. That's why I don't like that. Because
I'm
I
here
take
for you.
people truthful to their word. If you
Yeah.
crying out like that, then I'm gonna look at you crying. I'm gonna help you. You playing
Nancy, I need y'all's help.
King Carter,
only if
what's
you
good?
serious.
Yeah, I've been fighting this
Hey,
case
yo,
for
I need a
3
therapist.
years.
Somebody know a good therapist?
I've
Yeah,
been
I'm a good therapist too. So
I've been fighting this
Okay.
case for 3 years.
I'm not playing either, Miss Nancy.
oh, okay then. I'm just playing. I was playing on that too. On that one, I was playing.
King
Right,
Carter,
right.
what's going on?
I'm not, no. Right.
Yeah.
Cause B, wasn't you working with King?
Yeah,
Yes. And
Yeah.
yeah. Hey, his situation difficult, man. That's why we've been talking about it for a while.
Well,
What's
now
his
it's
What's
difficult.
his
Man,
situation?
super
Have you gotten?
fun.
Have you tell tell Mr. Difficult? Have you gotten accused of report on for 3 years?
no, I don't even know how to do that. I'm trying to file
Okay.
39, 49 A's on them now, but I don't even know if that's the right.
Yeah, man. 39, 49 A's and 211s, and then tell them that you freaking did it. Put that in with a damn with a damn estoppel after you give them the QSIP number for the case. Yeah, that'll do a number on
I don't even know how to get a CUSIP number, none of that. Yeah, I tried
them.
to represent myself on special appearance back in October, and they arrested me. They revoked my bond, and they
Yeah,
are
because
Well,
because because
that's
because
because nobody
you
should
take it
represent
upon yourself.
themselves.
You
yeah.
tell you represent yourself. That's why.
That's why.
Because they said, okay, you want to represent yourself. That's impossible. Because you're
Yep.
saying that yourself is that all cap name and that's a corporation. So
Yeah.
obviously, they deem you incompetent
You
and
double
lock you
minded.
up.
So now I
But
got a
like,
public defender, but they telling me 2 years in a halfway house.
Oh
yeah,
hell.
What's the
they're
charges,
gonna
man?
contract. It's a car dealership. They
Yep.
got you as a vehicle. And they're coming in the court and they're auctioning you off. Well, let's get a performance out of him. 3.5, 5, 7, whatever we can get. And that's what they're doing. It's a car dealership.
So how,
So now, like I said, you hear about all this IRS shit, right? But once again, if you don't have the necessary documents in play, then please don't fuck with them.
Right.
yeah.
Right.
For real, I'm just
Cause they
keeping it
just gonna
100.
walk right over
They're,
top of you. They gonna walk like it ain't no like it
they're
ain't
doing
nothing.
you'll be in the DC Macarena too. You follow the wrong shit. Talking
Right?
about I heard about it on TikTok. Like this guy came in, I heard it on TikTok, and he went into court and did all this, and it wasn't favorable. They tell you to get the fuck out their court and all that.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh look at
See,
Nick's
and,
going.
and,
Nick's reaching out to the
and I
guest now.
Right, because he want to jam him. Now he, you know what? E, you can
Yeah, of
fool
course
around
it
and
does.
fool with him
Look
if
at,
you want to. Now
look,
you
man.
know.
You gonna fuck around and find out.
Listen. What y'all don't know? They're already hooked up. It's a game.
All right,
It's fiction. They're playing the game.
bro. I'm
so
just
All
sitting
of a
there
sudden, their
laughing
buddy,
at him.
buddy. Oh
now I
yeah,
only have two more
you notice
months.
they ain't saying nothing when they going back and forth. So
I only have two
it's
more
already planned.
months. I only have 2 more months till May 28th, and that's when they want me to plead guilty. And it's been going on for 3 years, so like I can't keep.
Look,
I mean, they're not gonna keep giving me no more
you do what
extensions.
you want to do, man. They don't have. Listen, they are fiction. See, you're giving them more power than they really actually have.
Right.
Everyone is giving power to these fucking individuals wearing costume suits, like it's Halloween 365 days a year.
Mm.
And
See,
don't
and
get behind this
I
all.
wrote a letter to
They don't hear
the
about no left. If you're
Secretary
in the
of
office
State.
of person, they're not hearing none of that shit. 50% at best. You have to be the executor over your estate to have that full authority to be a real party in interest.
Mm.
That's Rule
What are they messing
17.
with you with for?
Uh,
Right.
Because he's in the
firearm.
office of person.
Yeah, it don't matter. It's a code or a
It don't
statute.
matter. I'm mad if he's fucking jaywalking and you ask who Jay and who's fucking walking. They make it up as they go along. And either you agree or you accept or you dishonor. And when
Exactly.
you dishonor, they have a place called prison and jail for you. And they go out to Southside Macarena and they're counting in the booking stars with your fingerprints in the picture.
So what
Oh,
the fuck am I supposed to do?
dude.
I know there's a way I can fix this, deal with this administratively.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to know thyself before you know anything. You
So
have to go like listen. The main thing about it is you have to renew your mind. That's with everyone. Individuals not. I don't care. 83
You
people on the
going to
phone
play
call.
ball again?
Yeah, they're going to play ball again. Now 83 people. They got to renew your mind. If your mind's not renewed, you're the same individual as you were yesterday, and therefore you haven't evolved. You haven't taken your shit to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it's going to take. It's going to take a renewal of the mind. Meaning, look, I don't think it's like I did yesterday. I know who I am and I know who they are. If you don't know who they are and you don't know who you are, then guess what? They win because they're going to do what? They're going to tell you who you are. Why? Because you don't know who you are. Once you know who you are, you tell these motherfuckers what to do, how to do it, and when to do it.
Oh,
As the public servants that they are.
got to free the mind first, right?
Absolutely. Romans 12, 1 through 3.
But and can't I not I can't there's gotta be something I can file or write in or send
This is the thing. Even if
the
you file
court.
or write it in, do you know? Can you stand on it?
Right.
The problem is you can't stand on anything that you file or run in, and you're gonna get yourself even worse.
So you think I'm
You know,
gonna no matter what I'm gonna
you can
there's no
listen. You
way to
can
get a
listen. You can
dismissed
listen to
before
Sam. I
court?
guess Sam the agent is going to help you. So, you
I'm trying
know,
to get it dismissed before court because
I
last
got you.
time
But once again, like
they
I
didn't let
said,
me speak at all.
you had to
I
have
bet you are.
you had to put action into play.
I got a
So
question.
yeah,
From what was said, right, from just the little convo, I was thinking like, okay, so they went and they locked them up, they locked you up, right,
Yeah.
for basically representing yourself, for basically being belligerent in the court,
They said because I
right?
didn't cross the gate. They said if I
Because
didn't
They
you're
cross
said
not
the
there's
you're
gate.
not your
contempt.
own person.
Yeah, they said if I didn't cross the gate and come up to the podium, that they're gonna revoke my bond. And she told me it 3 times, and on the third time, she
Oh,
revoked my
okay,
bond.
because you were trying to come in
Contempt
as
of
not
court.
the person.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, like I
Yep.
said,
and then when I was in jail, they wouldn't give me a new bond hearing until I went in front of a medical evaluation doctor,
That's right.
and I went on
That's right.
camera saying I'm
That's
not a
what I'm
living
saying.
man,
They
I'm not sovereign, I'm not a living man.
because
right.
you have to read 3 acts: the Trading with the Enemy Act, the War Powers Act, and the Emergency Bank and Relief Act, so you know what's going on. If you ain't read them, what's going on? I mean,
Now we're
you'll
at
be
the
lost in
point
the
like my
sauce.
mama, my wife, my kids, nobody wants me to go in there and try that again. They said if
It
you're gonna
don't.
try that, try
I know
that.
they don't, and I
If
don't
they
either.
try
We don't
that,
want
I'll
you to go try
See,
that
I'm with
again
them.
either.
I'm with your
yeah.
wife and all them. I'm with them. I don't want you to. But like I say, you're making this shit like it's real, and it's not. Oh, they said by this, and they said by this, and like, what about what you say? See, no one talks about what they say because the
Listen, go
word is
read those
power. And
three.
like
That
I said, you
go.
have to know, you have to implement what you want, and you have to do what you want to do, what feels right with you. I'll tell you, like I said, there's 2 offices: the office of person and the executive office. There's a huge difference. And so if you don't know between the two, you better go look those up and see what office you're gonna be doing business out of, because that's another thing. They talking to you, you talking about, oh yeah, I wanna represent myself instead of business.
And as soon as you say represent, they know that you ain't read nothing because
Exactly, because
everything is commerce. Everything is about business.
I'm at the gym, so I can only speak real quickly. So, if you
Okay.
bonded in with them, if you did, if there was any exchange of money, then they're very happy to have you. Once there's an exchange of money or anything like that, you've capitulated. So if you don't have any standing or whatnot, then you're pretty much pulled into the action. Now, I do know one guy. He played the timelines. Now, if you know what running the timelines is you have to deny them 3 times. That's going to be easier said than done because you already got sucked into it. You should probably prepare yourself for the possibility that you'll have to get sucked into their game, and that means staying in a cell until you can do this. Or what the guy that I know did, because he had already bonded, and so they pulled them in. That they're going to warehouse your body basically because your body is part of the corporation. So they're going to warehouse the property, which is your body, and they're going to hold it. And if you can deny them, right, they're going to run timelines on you. They're going to pull you before a judge about every, it's like 20 days, somewhere around there, and then 40 days, 45, 40 days, somewhere around there, and then 70 days, somewhere around there. It's like they usually run it, depending on the state, they usually run 20, 40, um, 70 or 90-day timelines, and they're gonna pull you before a judge every time that happens. And if you can hold your ground, meaning like not give them anything, like I knew one guy, this particular guy that I knew, he had a wife, and he basically said every time they asked him a question, he said, "Let me ask my wife." And he just kept running that game with them. "Hey, what's your name? Let me ask my wife." And he just kept playing that game with them and running the game. "Do you know what's going on here? Let me ask my wife." And he just kept doing that until he was nauseated, blue in the face. He did that, and they kept running and throwing him back to the cell. He denied the same judge 3 times. Then they cycled a new judge in, right? So they'll run this, and then they're going to run you for another cycle. They're going to run you for
Who
another
wants to
cycle.
go through all that?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you don't know what you're doing administratively, your only other choice is to hold out. And so they'll run you through another cycle with another judge, and then on that third and final judge, you're not only going to have to deny each judge 3 times, but you're going to have to deny 3 judges 3 times. And once they get to the third
Hell,
That
judge,
shit.
no,
I feel like that'll
no,
take so long. I'd be out of the
it
halfway house by
will.
now.
Right?
It will.
I
Hold
might
on,
as well
hold
just
on,
plead guilty and go to the halfway house for all
hold
that.
on, hold on. So yeah, it will take a long time.
The
That's why I
same
said
line from a lot of people
it
take.
depends because you've already capitulated. You bonded. Once you bonded, they're very happy to have you now because there was
Well,
an
that's the
exchange.
crazy part. I didn't get bonded out of jail. I got out on OR. So it's like, how did you even
Hmm.
revoke a bond? What bond did you revoke?
Hmm.
They
Okay,
just wanted
I
to
get your
hold me in
point.
You
jail
were
just
on your
because they
OR.
could.
It's still a bond.
I
You were on
guess.
your own recognizance.
Right.
And they were.
But here's what you're not grasping.
Uh
And
huh.
Pooh's 100% correct. Where you've got several different things that's the reason why when you went in there and got arrested, it was because you didn't have the understanding or the knowledge either. But
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, I mean, there is no silver bullet in this world whatsoever. Absolutely not. And if you ain't gonna be on your toes to be able to rebut what you think is happening when the judge speaks, because there ain't nobody gonna be in there with you except for you.
Yeah. So it's going to be a
And to
test.
get that knowledge, you got to get those three acts that and Pooh's talking about. You know, go read them, go study them, go spend. You know, you got 2 months, dude. You got plenty of time, and then find out where you can actually learn this information.
Right.
Because
Now,
if
right. So
if you
I'm not
don't,
telling
you're
you
gonna do it
that you
wrong.
should, yeah. I'm not telling you you should go my route. I'm telling you that it was my buddy's route. I'm telling you that my buddy got sucked into something and he learned too late as it was happening. And so by the time stuff was already happening, you had no choice but to run the gauntlet. Obviously, this is a worst case scenario. I don't know how bad your situation is, but if you don't know anything, you don't have time to study up or whatever, like you got time, you should get on that right away. But if you get pulled into it, you got to run the gauntlet, then you can play the same game. You can be like, let me ask every question they ask, everything say to you, let me ask my wife, let me ask my wife. right? Like you you can run it back at them and just keep denying them and keeping them. But again, yeah, it is going to take time. You're going to have to run the gauntlet. And I just don't know how bad your situation is. But I know one guy who did it, and he was in a bad situation. He said they messed with him too. He said when they threw him in the cell too, they wrote a phony charge on there saying that he kidnapped a minor or something like that. And they did that to get all the other jailers to beat him up. Like I said, I don't know what your situation is, and I don't know how badly they want you, and I don't know like they do play those kinds of games though to break. You know what I'm saying? So that by the time you get before the judge, you're just chomping at the bit to say whatever the hell they want. So it's up to you, man. It's up to you. But I just wanted to kind of give you that tidbit. But choose, man. Study up, figure something out, or play their game, or go the other route. Just deny them, and run the timelines. As long as you don't let that case close within a certain amount of time. Wait, did you waive time? Wait, no, you shouldn't have waived time. They'll have to run through a cycle of judges. So if you deny that judge and judge, right, you just have to run the gauntlet with the judges. So, but
I
30,
don't
like,
have time for all of that, bro. I'm trying to get back
huh?
to business.
Right. Well, I mean, I get it. I get it. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how bad the situation is, but if they already got you a little bit, like I'm telling you, this is for an extreme situation. I knew a guy who they did that to, but he had already like bonded, and so they were excited to have him. So once he got some good information while he was in, he just started playing the game back at him. He just everything they said to him, everything they asked him, he said, "Let me ask my wife. Let me ask my wife. What's your name? Let me ask my wife. What are you doing here? Let me ask my wife. Do you plead guilty? Let me ask my wife." Right? And he just kept everything they said to him, everything he said to them. Let me ask my wife. And he said that to him. He was blue in the face every time they pulled him before multiple judges. They cycled him out, and on the third judge, once he denied that third judge the third time, they let him out. So it's up to you on if you want to do that. But they will try to. They may
Man,
try to play those games with you.
I'll do that just so I could put it as a series on TikTok or something, make some money off of it.
All right. Well,
What?
I gotta
It's
get to my
not.
workout, but I just wanted to say that as an option. I don't that's like I would strongly suggest you study up though, because what I'm telling you is like a oh shit option. That's like a like oh fuck kind of option. You know what I mean? But
And
alrighty.
you better
Just
be
wanted.
Have
legal
a
and
good
married
workout,
talking like that
Tony.
too.
All right. Thank you.
Right on.
Love,
Have,
What's
Tony.
up?
have any of you guys dealt with the DOFAC?
DOFAC, never heard of that one.
You talking about the OFAC, the Office of Foreign Asset Control. See, like I said, this is the thing that we got to know what we talking about before we just jump out here and start doing shit.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
You just getting coffee. You be back.
But yeah, should I be reaching out to them?
I've never heard of that one. This is new knowledge to me.
I'm trying to put the info in the chat, but
What's new knowledge to you, Mr. Difficult?
What's knowledge?
Man, it sounds like you just grasping.
You said what's new knowledge to you?
Oh, this OFC thing, Office of.
The OFAC? No, it's not.
That's new knowledge to me.
No, it's not.
Is it?
No.
What you mean?
That's Office of Foreign Asset Control.
You ain't been listening to them audios, man.
Mm-mm. I've
It's
been.
up in there.
Oh, okay. I got what you're saying. All right.
Listen, man, you can go all around the world. You can go left and right. You can do all this shit you want to do. But if you ain't operating out of the
Who's echoing?
executrix office, you're wasting your fucking time.
hmm
50% at best. Like I said, you know it's a corporation, so either you're gonna be an employee of the corporation or you're gonna be the president. If you want to be an employee, it's an officer person. If you want to be the CEO, The president, that's an executrix office. It's cut and dry. It's two ways. It's duality. Which door am I going to go through? The office of person, the executive office. And then studying to show thyself approval. A lot of times y'all will be on all these different lives and get all these different information. Great. You got to study what it is that they're explaining to you. Like I tell people all the time, go fact check me. See, I live this shit. So I know that when you go fact check me, the facts are going to check up. You see, individuals talking about, oh, my friend went to court and he said, oh, about the wife. Like, that's not firsthand knowledge. He can't tell you for himself that he went there and how they treat him like that. Because if you go in there, you're in their jurisdiction. First of all, they're fucking raping you when you walk in there because they're making you take out all of your shit off your person. Walking through the metal detector. And then as you walk through the metal detector, then what? Then, oh, they see what you, and then they go upstairs. Go upstairs and go to courtroom 404. When you walk in the courtroom 404, guess what? The gold fringe is there, so guess what? That suspends the Constitution. You're deemed legally disabled, legally disabled, legally deceased, a belligerent enemy, a belligerent combatant, an enemy, and a rebel. Those are just the prerequisites that when you are going into these courtrooms or what's going on, that individuals ain't talking about because once again, they telling you to go, they tell you this and that, but they're not telling you what happens when you go in there and how you get treated when you get in there.
Sure.
They can't hear you without a DBA. You have to be doing business in there.
So, so
Hold on right quick, hold on.
should I not even attempt that thing with the birth certificate in your left hand?
I got taken. They gave me a what you call it, failure to appear immediately when I did that.
Damn. So what, they just warrant for your arrest and arrested you right there on the spot?
No, dude.
When you did what?
She said she issued the bench warrant. I walked right out the door, and 2 days later, like the bench warrant went on, and I had a warrant for like 9 months.
And how'd you get it off?
I got a hearing, showed up to the hearing, and then if you show up to the hearing, they just pulling you in front of the bench. So if you go in there, they'll release the warrant.
Man, I am not trying to deal with that's just this is just doesn't nobody want a reward? I'll give $1,000.
Dude,
How much
King,
you
listen,
want?
bro. They're trying to give me 40 years. 40 years right now.
Woo.
Okay, 40. And you think I freaking learned this shit overnight? Hell no. When I went in there the first time, I was scared like a sumbitch, and I was talking some craziness. And you know what? I was able to BS my way past a year and a half and still in courts. So, there is no silver bullet, dude. You can put in all the shit you want, and unless you can stand on what you put in and overstand and actually understand what it is that you put in and how to address the court, then they're just going to continue walking all over you until they get you back in jail. Why? Because it's all pecuniary. All pecuniary. They're freaking making bonds. They're making QSIP numbers. They're making privatized money on the side in the back.
This is some
And
depressing ass words.
bro, it's these are facts, man. I
You
don't know
sound
how
like I
to,
might as well take the damn halfway house.
bro, or you know what? Listen to
2
what Pooh
months.
said and listen to what he said and go and read that's like 40 pages of freaking reading, dude.
Yeah,
It's
but
nothing.
the one thing is, I don't like before I went to court in October, I
Well,
studied for like 6 months straight. I was studying day in and day out,
okay.
everything about the
Keep
special
doing it. You
deposit.
Keep
gotta go
doing it.
back and reread and
You just got
reread
to
and
get
reread.
Yeah, but
the right shit.
I can't afford. Last time, I was literally like 1 week away from losing my business and losing my house, and
Okay.
I still have not
Well,
recovered from that to this day. Like I'm still,
you
I,
gonna do what you gonna do. So when
I
you ask
know. So it's like
for help, when we say
I want to do it
Let me tell you
that is
administratively
what
something.
it
though.
is.
Let
I'm
me
trying to
It
let
do
is
me
it
what
tell
it
you
is.
something, bro.
administratively if we can. Like if I can write something or file
Nobody is
something.
going to give you a silver bullet that you can write and
Right.
tell whatever to get out. Do you know why?
Yeah.
Because without you being able to understand what it is that you're writing and the knowledge that you have behind those words and the energy that you put on those pages, you're gonna be shit and standing up there and going, you don't know nothing.
Yeah.
And you
So
got
there
and
ain't no sense in doing it.
and the thing about it too is you got King Carter. You got to start thinking like a king. not looking for someone else to do. Oh,
Man, I felt
the civil field.
so confident when I went in October. I thought I like it, I thought we had it on lock for real. Like I had so many mentors and everyone was teaching me the same shit. And I was like, we was for like a month before we was quizzing every day, drilling every day. We had people who did not fuck with common law drilling us every day. Like people who did mess with common law. Like and it was just every angle was covered. And when I got there, they
Let me
didn't
ask you.
give
Let me
me a
ask you
chance
something.
to speak.
Where does common law exist at?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you where common law exists at. Where's the common law court?
They don't.
So why are you studying it?
Oh, that's what I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
Damn.
I just said
These
him earlier.
courts, these
I can't.
courts
These are
are
military tribunal. Well, that was the whole point
no,
that this is a military
no,
tribunal, so they
no.
need to throw it out because it's the wrong jurisdiction.
Yeah, well, you know what? If you
Is it-
go
I
in there
thought
talking
common
that
law
game,
was federal law.
say what?
Yeah, see,
I
It
thought
don't
common
matter.
law was
It
another
don't
name
matter
for
what
federal
law it
law.
is because it's not no law that's being.
Chancery.
It's no law that's going on in these
Right,
courts.
it's
That's the
chancellery, but
point.
chancellery court deals with all the different court systems.
No, it
Chancery is
doesn't.
equity.
No, it
Yes, it
doesn't. It deals with
does.
No, it
exclusive.
doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
No, it
It deals with
doesn't.
exclusive equity under Article 3, Section 2,
Correct.
Subdivision 1 of the Constitution of 1789. Like I
Hold on,
said,
you say,
I
hold
know
on,
about this
wait.
equity.
Article, because I want you to smack me all the way. So, Article what?
3,
Thank you.
Section 2,
Three,
Clause
two,
1.
clause
3,
one.
2, 1 blast off. That's how that goes. And then
Mhm.
Psalm 99. Psalm 99 references the equity, so that's what you can put on your documentation. If y'all want to write all these letters, y'all love letters.
see, I tried to
Whatever.
write to the Secretary of
Y'all
State.
think a letter is gonna do something when you're not in the proper jurisdiction. You're not in
You're,
the it's a territorial jurisdiction. You have martial, military, M&M, and you have ecclesiastical. You have the ecclesiastical, the spiritual ecclesiastical, the SE. So you have these two jurisdictions going on, and everyone's trying to get their remedy, but they're not operating from the post office. They're operating from the USPS because they haven't taken the time to even realize that everything starts at the post office. The history. You have to know your history to create your story. You know his story to create yours. That's what I'm saying. And that's the main thing. Individuals want this at a snap of a finger. They're putting all this paperwork off to Treasury. Oh, trying to explain themselves. Once again, it's fiction. You have your proper documentation, your proper paperwork, and once you have the proper paper, then that'll work. You have, like I said, power of attorney, DBA, fee schedule. Why am I having these three? Name decree, authentication. Just different documentation to put yourself in the rightful position of handling your own corporation, your own business, your own office. Everybody, oh, the account. The account's gonna fucking be there. Know how to enforce the account. Know how to enforce your trust. Know what your trust is. People are, oh, I gotta trust, but
But
haven't read no
so
trust book.
right, so exactly that poses a good question, right? How do you know if you even got some money? Because I'm having trouble even thinking. I think I might be one of them people that was just born and didn't have nothing I was gonna get. You did.
Everybody comes here in the same predicament. Their mama signed a birth certificate application and a social security application. What they have extra, that's based on knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of their family dynamics, their family tree. Okay, but everyone comes in here with a token called the birth certificate, called the certificate of live birth. It has a bond on it. It's unlimited. Okay, you have the Social Security account. It's so unlimited that you need another account. The account's payable on the Social Security side to pay out. You have retirement. You have death. You have so many different benefits that you can benefit off of the Social Security Administration when you're in the proper status, standing, and position. Meaning you're gonna have to get rid of the initial application from the Social Security Administration, then come back and hit them with the the foreign status SS5. For starters, there's two agencies that start all of this shit, and we don't even pay attention to the words that they call it. They call it vital records. Why do they call it vital records? Because it's fucking vital. You
To
know.
the whole process. Sure enough.
And then, like I said, and then you have the Social Security Administration. They're administering your estate because you haven't stepped up and claimed that you have claimed the age of majority and that you can do it. And here goes the trust, and here's how I want to do things. We haven't expressed it because it's under construction. It's under constructive trust, so we haven't expressed the trust. But like I say, um, it's just all. Like I said, it's two agencies. You define vital stem. Shit, I don't work for you. You got Siri, Alexa, all of them. And go look that up yourself, man. And like I said, like what's it called? It said, bittersweet. She had come up with what was
And
it?
what book
You
would I
have to keep
sorry.
you have to keep studying and figure it out on your own. You have to know it for yourself. Facts. That's the. I wish I would pin that up there, Mr. Difficult,
What's that?
so they can know what it is.
I can't hear you. What you say?
So I need you to pin that up there.
What are we pinning?
That bittersweet. You had to keep studying and figure it out on your own. You had to know it for yourself. Facts. And that's the whole thing. Is that everyone is looking outside of themselves. Yeah, I'm a fucking agent. Yeah, I am an agent. I'll be on this real shit.
What would I start reading to figure out how to declare the age of majority though?
Well, you want to figure out the office of person is what you want to look at first. You want to look up everything you got to know what's going on. Everything in commerce is fictional. You want to read that. And you want to read the official state created office known as person. You want to read that. You also want to read the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871. Because when the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871, it explains that there is no government, it's all corporation. And that's where the corporation was created in 1871. You know, that's what's been going on. As far as that, they got the corporation going on, and they've had the corporation since 1871. And the
You said
1871,
you said office of
it's up a
persons.
ways. Yeah, the official state created office known as person. And like I said, that's going to make you a subject, a slave, and an incompetent operating out that office with about 50% at the best results. The minute you get into your presidential office, it's a wrap. Once again, you have to know that it's a wrap. It's a mindset. You have to change your mind to think like a king and not think subservient. Because a lot of it, we've been thinking subservient. We've been thinking we're up under God, we're up under everything, but we can't see eye to eye with, imano imano, man to man, equally, your creator in the image and likeness. So we've been outside of ourselves so long that we think, for some strange reason, that this motherfucker that I don't even know, he knows exactly how I should feel inside. And that's unnatural law. That's not possible. Because everything comes from within. Your wants and your desires come from within you. That's it.
So I have a question. Do you think filing this 3949A is not going to do anything and it's just going to upset them, make them railroad me harder, or you think?
I mean, what do you have? What do you have situated with the IRS already?
Yeah, what's your
Have you
status
filed
with the
anything with the
IRS?
IRS? Have you filed anything with the IRS?
King, he's asking you, have you filed anything with the IRS yet, as of yet?
He's getting coffee, so
He
he
must
might.
have got a phone call.
Right.
I filed the 10 or the 3949A and then also a 211, and I just got back word from the IRS that they're going to start to start the investigation. So that it does work, but anytime that I send something off, I write a descriptive letter so that whoever gets it on the other side understands what I'm doing. I always think about the other person that's getting the mail. you know, even if it's a worker or whoever, you know, I want to be able to explain myself to let them know, you know, why I'm filing this 3949A with a 211. And then sometimes you can even do it's 14039. I just posted a video on TikTok about that. It's the 3 forms. And I just got something back. So they've actually started the investigation on it, hoping to hear something back.
And what about the OFAC? Y'all think I should? Because what I
He keeps speaking on that OFAC office, but he doesn't understand
He's everywhere.
what their use of.
He's everywhere.
Yeah, he is.
He's been on all these different lives, and his mind is
All over the
everywhere.
place.
So you gotta, like I say, you have to know what it is that you're doing. It's like I say, you can file all those 3 IRS documents that she's talking about, but if you don't have no power of attorney, man, yeah, we're gonna investigate it. Hey, throw those in the shredder, because there's no you don't have no contract or no agreement with the IRS to even be doing business with them. You think just because you go give them a fictitious suspicious activity report and the whistleblower, like, oh yeah, okay, they have to do
No,
something?
but Leah's got Lee's got the standing. So that's part of the foundational documents that aren't being said. Is like, yeah, they're going to do the investigation because you've already established who you are with them.
Yeah, I sent it in on January and I just got it back. So it didn't take long. But again, anytime that I write somebody, like I don't just send in the forms and let them look over it. Like I'm sending in a note, a letter to them saying, hey, this is what happened. This is what it is. Here's what backs me. Here's some of my proof. You know, if you guys are doing a whistleblower form, then I would also send in with that packet, like what the details are, like what are you trying to prove, you know? So in my case, mine was the negotiable instrument. I don't know if you guys remember that when I sent in $100,000 instrument and I gave it to the dealership. It was a smaller dealership. And my hopes was that he would be able to go to the Federal Reserve discount window to be able to, you know, process it. But he took it to wealth management. They scanned it in and then handed it back to him and told him that they don't take those. Well, I went back to the bank and then I spoke to the lady and I told her, I said, well, you scanned it in. So essentially it's, you know, accepted. And you know, she said no. She did push back a little bit, but then I started to write the CFO like, hey, this is going on, and you know, you guys scanned it in, blah blah blah. And then they connected me to legal department, and legal department, um, you know, legal department was like, that's fraud, we don't take those. And I said something about the UCCs, and he was like, we're going to send law enforcement down to, you know, to the address on this, you know, check or whatever. And I was like, yeah, do that, because you guys are committing securities fraud. You've scanned my instrument, and now you're telling me that you don't take those. So if you didn't take it, then why didn't you just hand it back to the little papaw, the dealership papaw, versus scanning it in? So when I wrote the IRS, my thought was to send in the, you know, I sent in my negotiable instrument. It was a copy, and I sent in all the things to let them know, like, hey, here's my proof that I've done that. So I want you guys to audit the ledger to make sure that, you know, like they've done it properly. And they just got back to me and said that they were going to start the investigation.
Oh
So
shit,
it
McReal.
works.
What's up, McReal?
So, hey, sister. So, like, what exactly are you doing? You're getting yourself in out of the house of person. You're like going through those steps, or do you have like a specific? like court case you were talking about. Because if
Are
it's
you
so, I'm not going to answer too much.
are you talking to me? Me?
Yes, ma'am.
No, it's not a court case. It was an instrument that I created, a negotiable instrument. It's like a bill of exchange, and I was using that to purchase a car. But what they did was they took the instrument, and I'm sure that they're, trading it on the markets and all that kind of stuff. And that's what I was trying to prove. So when I wrote the letter to them, I just exposed their fraudulent activity, and then they got back to me. So it's not necessarily like a court case or anything like that.
But it's definitely commingling. Like I said, if you're gonna be doing that, you should just be dealing with the CFO and not walking up in there.
But then why wouldn't I just hand it to the dealership owner and have him go to the discount window, just like he would be able to do if I did the process like through like regular, like
Because that's his job. His job is a chief financial officer. So he deals with all the finances at the dealership. It doesn't have to do anything to do with the owner. He might go to the owner and be like, hey, we got this, we gotta process this. Okay, cool. So they know that a non-cash item has gone through the window. But other than
well
that,
he
walking in and doing all that's all public shit. And they don't understand none of the shit that we talking about in the public sector.
right, but he is the CFO. Like, it wasn't a big dealership at all. It was literally a mom and pop. Like, he didn't have 100 cars sitting on the dealership lot. He had like 3. Like, it wasn't big. He is his own man band kind of a thing. That's another reason why I sought him out, because I thought it would be easier instead of having to jump through hoops. I would just go to the owner that actually processes. He's also like the CFO. He's also all the titles because he's a one man band.
Right,
It
and with him being a one man band, he don't know what the fuck you're talking about or doing. Versus a car dealership that have 200, 300 cars on the lot, and they do this all day long behind the scenes. They don't go down to the dealership and be like, hey, here goes this bill of exchange. I need you to process it.
Because you
They
just put
doing
it on the bank.
UCCs, they're doing checks and things of that nature, doing assignments when you're in the right position to do the assignment to the dealership. But once again, I want everyone to realize this. If you're going to do discharging, you have to create the fucking debt first. Otherwise, when you're just going to the dealership, it's called a cost versus a debt. Okay? You're paying for the cost of the vehicle. Once you put the $21 down on the vehicle, that's enforcing equity. Okay, then you can go ahead and discharge the rest of the amount via instrument, via 1099-C, or whatever else you want to do.
well, I just did that with my apartment complex, and then just paid it off through a negotiable instrument. I just got remedy for that. So I did it the way that I typically do things. So I don't feel like the way that you're talking is always the way to do things. It just,
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that, like I said, you have to be careful with the negotiable instruments. That's all I'm saying. Because once again, you had to create debt. And I get what McReal and them are saying in the comments, because like I said, individuals are going to prison for a long time. They want to lock up Florida Mike for 40. You see what I'm saying? For a bill of exchange. Why? Because it got into the wrong hands. He might have not did it the way that they're used to him doing it. However it went down, they put the charges on him. So I'm saying,
well, and even with that, when I send in my packet, I also send in a letter of instruction on how to deposit it and who needs to deposit it. Just like, Tammy, the teller at the bank, isn't going to know what the hell to do with it. So that's why I do a letter of instruction on what it is, what this is. Here's the laws that back it, and then here's how you deposit it. Because I don't expect Tammy, the teller, to understand what's going on. She's not on this timeline, this realm, so to speak. So
right.
that's why I add that.
And I'm gonna tell you like this. These individuals, like I said, I know what I'm doing. and I've been doing this a long time. I'm gonna tell you what they did. They put a fraud on the account because I went up in there talking similar things as you talking, but not. I didn't have no instrument or anything. I was dealing completely with voucher. You see what I'm saying? But since the banker felt like, and I hadn't made a deposit on the account yet. Since the lady felt she was feeling a certain type of way, she didn't understand it, so she closed down the account.
Well,
And she flagged
that's
it for fraud. I'm just explaining one situation that happened with me based on life experience. Just like you have your life experience, I'm sharing it with you. And like I said, I ain't make no deposit. It was just it's just pure conversation, and me once again going to the bank, talking to the business banker instead of talking to the wealth management side. So I'm still on the public side. So that's another thing too. You can't have no fucking public bank account even doing any of this that we talking about.
Hmm.
That's what I'm saying. If individuals that love to talk about these negotiable instruments, you have the Negotiable Instruments Law of 1881 and the Bill of Exchange Act of 1881 that went to 1882, and you have the Power of Attorney Act of 1882. That's why I stress the Power of Attorney Act, because you have to, like I said, the power of attorney that grants you the power to do everything. Anytime a person is locked up, anytime a person is incapacitated in bed, and they sign over their life to you, or their business, their corporation, to you to go and do things the right way. That's why it's such an important document. And like I said, and like I said, people can think they're in the wrong status, the right status, staying in position. But like I said, if you don't have that right standing, it's all with the Social Security Administration. Everyone doing all these FOIAs and all this and stuff, they ain't doing no FOIA with the Social Security Administration. That's where the account lies at. That's where it says that you're a U.S. citizen or you're not. It don't say it at the U.S. Customs and Immigration Service. We never had no contracts with them, so of course they're gonna say you're a non-U.S. citizen. Everyone's not a U.S. citizen in their thing, in their demonstration. But they don't, they haven't think. They don't think. They just go do what the next individual is doing. Oh, the 1099-Cs. Oh, the 1099-As. Oh, the W-4 sandwich. Oh. And just trying to get some credit. No one really truly wants to be free.
So I got a question, right? So as far as the power of attorney goes, right? There's two forms of power of attorney, from my understanding, right? And one gives power over like medical decisions, and the other one would be finances, right? And is there a way, like, just to start off filing against the United, or who they filing against them, to say I want my power of attorney over my medical decisions?
No, you express
Like, you got to do it all.
everything out here is expression. If you ain't expressing it, then that's what it's expression. Prime example, with expression. McGreal got expression. He got letters of expression to disqualify the judge. You see what I'm saying? It's all about expression. I have letters that make me the general executive over the estate. There's different things. Everyone have different things that they have. But once again, it's expression. So if he can express the OFAC and all that, but he didn't really know it was OFAC from the beginning. And like I said, why are you even dealing with OFAC? And it's just a lot. It's a lot of these lives that, there's some good conversation on here, and it's going to take you to this rabbit hole and that rabbit hole. So by the time you get to where you want to get to, you'll know what's what, who's who are you, and who are they, and you're going to talk different. You're gonna know that, hey, this is what it is as the CEO of my business or this property. I'm the landowner now. I did all my shit. I did my authentication, my name decree, my power of attorney, my DBA, my fee schedule. And some people are like, oh, you don't need all that. They might not need all of it. But like I said, if how they operating out here without no POA. That's all I want to know.
but it's still good to have all of those things as well, just to back you.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I say, yeah, the NWA, express yourself. You're right, Derek. But so like it's the whole thing about it is this: is that why you had to dig deep in your soul of why you're doing what you're doing. The big question is why, because I can ask 88 people on this call. Okay, I'll get you and you want to live in the United States, great. I got you a house on the West Coast, got you a house down south, got you a house in the Midwest, I got you a house in the East Coast. So you have 4 properties. You have north, east, west, and south properties. You have two automobiles at each property. You have all the clothes and you have all the food that you could possibly ever want or need. And then what? Listen to the thing, King Carter. You got to get your own case dismissed. That's the thing. You keep on reaching out, trying to have people do your diligence. Yeah, like I said, then what? That's what I'm saying. It's like you have, this is called sovereignty. King Carter, look up the definition of sovereignty and autonomy. Well, well, the generational
Came
wealth. This
across
is a
that word autonomy the other day, and I liked it because I was starting like that's a rule. That's actually my first rule of spiritual survival is to preserve autonomy.
I mean, you have to. You're self-governed. You come in this world, connected, but you come in this world self. And so everyone has their special wants and desires that that they manifest on a daily. So I'm asking one thing: once you get the fee schedule, once you I mean, like I said, Derek, Derek, me and you, we can have these classes all day long. Okay, all day long, we can have these classes, right? But my whole thing about it is the comprehension. Because the things that I show individuals is high level. It's being your own boss, and it's a renewal of the mind. Meaning, you can write a letter and make it all go away. Yeah, and you can write a letter and make it all go away. You have to do that though. Ain't no one gonna do it for you. Yeah, it's end of the mind, but this is the thing. Derek is like the comprehension to a sense. See, everybody's trying to speed read and go through this. Oh, I gave the individuals on the lives. I gave all 7, 8 of the lives. I told them all about the office of person. Go read the office of person. They read it, but they didn't comprehend it. You see what I'm saying? Because if they comprehended, then the next day we wouldn't be doing. We wouldn't be talking about the same statutes that they love to spew out. Those are war power statutes. Those are under military jurisdiction. They're copywritten. They're not for you to use. You see? But these individuals not telling you none of that yet. Derek will tell you. Because Derek knows. All of them are war power, copyrighted statutes. And the minute that you use them, you can place yourself right in the jurisdiction as a taxpayer. Why? Because only taxpayers use those code statutes and regulations. And they're deemed to live in Washington, D.C. You see, when I say about going to court and all that, it's like I said, they really rape you. Because now you're giving up all your possessions on you. You walk into a metal detector, and then if they still feel like like they want to, they're gonna put the wand on you again. And then you're gonna go in there and tell these motherfuckers that they don't have subject matter jurisdiction. And I'm like shaking my head. I got the emoji with the hand over the face, like, So I mean, yeah, only persons do. But once again, when I send out this information, the officer person, it's 12 pages. It's 12 pages. When I ask the individuals how to get out of the officer person, it was dead silence. So it just let me know that they didn't comprehend those 12 pages because they were rushing and rushing and rushing and rushing and rushing and rushing. You weren't rushing and rushing and rushing to go from kindergarten to 12th grade. You had to just take the time and let certain shit, You had to learn ABCs, 1, 2, 3s. You had to go, you know, you had to go slowly. You had to might reread it again. People like, oh, I'm dyslexic and this and that. Okay, but my thing about it is, dyslexia, you still been reading your whole life. It, and like my homeboy Frank Black, like he ain't started reading until he was 26, and people be like, oh, he's an asshole and this and that. Like, he have his moments. Don't get me wrong. It's my partner. He have his moments, but the thing about it is with Frank is that he used a whole completely different area of his brain than we did as readers. If that makes sense to y'all. So now when he speaks, like he said it, he thought Island was his land. You see what I'm saying? Until he started making everything connect, and when everything connected, because his other faculties, the 26 years came with the other faculties of the left and the right come together in full, and man, he's on a whole nother level. Like I tell him, yeah, you a genius, my man. Like straight up, I tell him that when he's here, when he's not here, because that's like I say, yeah. I mean, it's something else. The way he breaks shit down, like he just goes in the court, like he was talking about his sister, just went in there and said, like, I forget what she was like. She was just gonna pay the ticket or whatever, and he was like, no, this don't apply to me, does it? Or said something along those lines. You have to hear him say it, but it was just hilarious because, like I said, people just think that, once again, the mindset is when you go in here, when you go into these courts, you know, you got that judge, the magistrate in black, and you don't know what to say. Individuals sweating, shaking, whatever, because once again, not knowing what they're up against. And all I know is that everything is fiction. Like I say, it's me. When people be like, oh, don't, I say don't go to court. Because for what? Because the minute that you go to court, you become the servant. Why? Because they told you what to do. You can't be no master or king or anything because you're doing what they're telling you to do at every facet. What's up, Kimberly? At every facet, they're telling you what to do. And be the court at 1:30. And like I said, it's not even you going there, you get raped first with no Vaseline. And then when they're done having their way with you, they tell you, hey, go to courtroom 404. Because they're really going to tell you a whole new one when you get up there. Especially they know you on this what they consider sovereign citizenship, so they're already expecting you to go in there and tell them, what they're doing wrong on their job. and they, you hear these interviews on these lives talking about, oh, they'll listen to you and all that. You're a belligerent, a combatant, an enemy, a rebel. That's how they got the 14th Amendment U.S. citizens for court.
Yeah, you do
That's
you do
what.
have to be careful because they will, assume that you're something, or they'll call you names or whatever. I mean, there's people always
They'll
making
rough you up.
assumptions about other people. Yeah.
Yeah, they will
And
fuck you up in court. They will, the bailiff will grab you, rough you up, or throw you up against the wall. All that goes in there. Once again, I'm on their home court. I've done all this. I've experienced it. I'm not just talking. That's what differentiates me from the rest of these individuals that haven't been in none of those situations. And they talk that shit, but me and my best friend, we was in there. We tried to give him 35 years. He got 6 months out of it. If he would have knew better, he would have got nothing. But once again, believing a bunch of liars, that's gonna get you only so far. So and like I say, it's not you. That's why the judge is steadily looking at the piece of paper and he says, yes, and he's reading all the charges and he's looking right at their paper and he looks up at you and says, do you understand? And we'd be like, oh, yeah, we understand. Oh, great. The judge is like, okay, perfect. Because now you stand under everything I say and do. Now I have jurisdiction. You can't holler the subject matter jurisdiction. You can't holler about the personal jurisdiction because you're here or your person's here. Because I got the person on paper and you agreed and you stood under to say that you're the same individual that's on this piece of paper. So this is what
I
we're
was
gonna
just
do.
about to say that.
We're gonna
I was
marry
just about to
we're
say
gonna
that.
we're gonna marry the two, and when we marry the two, guess what? You're gonna go to prison, and you're gonna go to jail with this all cap name, even though it's not you. Because it's all a facade, it's all man, it's all a ruse. It's a military ruse, is what they're doing. So y'all look up that term out there. It's called ruse. RUSC. Y'all go look up that word ruse because, like I said, this is what they're doing. They're doing this shit out of deceit and it's like lies and trickery. That's all they do. That's why when individuals be like, oh, like Nick comes on here, I tell his ass go right to chapter 11 of Luke, verses 48 through 53. Yeah, no, I'm sure they threw you on the elevator. We came in there with three notaries. Shut down the whole court. The judge was like, he struck our affidavit. He struck our motions. The previous court day, he struck our motions. I'm striking them on what grounds? On the grounds that I'm judged. Okay. So next court day we had the affidavit. And like I said, I was in there doing paperwork, really, really fighting. Like I said, this was my life. This wasn't no house or no car. I wasn't trying to acquire anything. This was they trying to take my life and his life. And so we had the three notaries in there. And then one of the members that came with us in the audience, it was like 30 of us. We come with there like a full-fledged government. And like I said, and this is when I took the shit personal. That's why learning from experience, they're looking at us like crazy as a motherfucker. Like, why are you bringing 30 people when you can just send in your birth certificate and settle it out? And so we went in there, and then the girl said, all those in favor of the affidavit say yay. And then the whole courtroom stood up and said yay. And the judge ran off the bench. And at that time, about 20 sheriffs came in there and escorted us all out of the courtroom. And the court was over. Court was adjourned. And where we fucked up as we didn't dismiss it, because like I said, we didn't know it at that time. Like, y'all getting all this information, I had to go find the information. If I want to know something, I had to go find it. I had to go look for it. Seek and you shall find. It wasn't given out like this. None of this. It's like when y'all get it, y'all got to start putting together. Okay, I got four folders right here. I got a trust folder right here. I got an estate folder right here. I got my foundation folder right here, and I got my foundation documents over here and how I want to set myself up, because I have to know how I want to set myself up. I can't be like, oh boy, oh yeah, man, just send me a letter, I'll send you bread, and you cannot pay for freedom. Let me say that one more time. For those that did not hear me, you cannot pay for your freedom. Your freedom is within you. You have to free your dome first to be free. To exercise freedom, you have to free your dome. If your dome isn't free, then guess what? You still have chains around it. You're still operating like and thinking like a slave. And
Hey,
we've
sorry.
all been there. I've been there. My name decree, I was there. The judge was trying to let me. She was trying to let me go get out of prison. And she asked me 3 times, is there anything else I needed? And my ass said no. I'm good. The proof of gratitude for the name
I
decree.
needed, and my ass said no. I'm good. I appreciate.
And you said those things that I need to read are the Office of Persons, the DC Organic Act of 1871, and was there one else? One other one?
Yeah, the office of person. And that's just, those are just, like I said, those are just some fundamentals, because like I said, my very first read that I read was the Commerce Game Exposed. And so that had the whole chessboard on it. So I knew what I was in I played chess, so I knew what I was in for. So I just took it from there, and like I said, we didn't have any of this to where you could just hop on and there's 8 different people with 8 different opinions and facts and life experiences that they went through and been through, and that you're able to sit there and listen to it. But eventually, you're going to have to get off this live and go read to comprehend, because that's how I know what I know. By I didn't just read it the first time and get it. No. 5, 6, 8, 10, 15, 20 times. I have to read it to know it.
It's
Because
like
anything that you want bad enough, you gotta go after. In order to get to it, you gotta go through it.
it's like Mesmerized said. What he was talking about. It's in that class. I'm gonna have to listen to each one like at least 4 5 times before I get everything out of it.
I mean, that's in anything because once again, when you're in someone's class and you're in the moment, you're paying attention to a certain particular thing, a statement that maybe someone else made that answers one of your questions, and then I come back talking, and you're not really hearing me because you're thinking about what they just said because it resonates with you and your particular situation. So everyone has their own situations they have to do. That's why there's no process. I'm like, it can't be. There's ways of doing things and planning and doing things, but all in all, it's all up to you.
Be creative.
And that's you being the creator. Just because I do my thing a certain way, it don't make mine any less or greater than the next man or woman that does their thing a different way. I just what I found out through life experience is going through both offices and seeing the results at both offices. You see, and seeing what they've done, like I said, with myself and with people that I've helped out. So and I can only go off of that. Just like other individuals, they can only go off of what they go off of. You know, disqualifying the judge. He disqualifies the judge. He's got his paperwork and he's got his shit on where he's disqualifying the judge and getting him right off of the seat. It's up to you if you want to go all out and go do the whole liquidation. If you really, I mean, it just depends where you're at in this whole situation. What is your? It's two questions that I have for everyone. What is your main goal and what is your end goal? Meaning, what do you want to do in 20 years is your end goal, and for myself, and then for in the next 5 years, what is it? What is the main goal that you can get to in the next 60 months that you're manifesting day in and day out?
Manifest better understanding by reading. I think I'm in the right thing. I don't know, but the U.S. Office of Personal Management is
No,
that it? 'Cause that's what I'm
no,
on.
no. I sent
Lord.
it to you.
Okay. I never got that last. Remember those emails never went through?
Yeah.
Yeah, I changed. I got a different email. I changed my whole whatchamacallit. I started all the way over. I don't want nothing on this phone. Nothing. Give me a whole brand new email address, everything. Um, but yeah, I was reading this and this was kind of interesting too, though. Wow, because it's talking about the Office of Personal Management being created to help manage the programs in us, basically, and how inefficient they are. You did. So I had to ask because I was looking and I was like, okay, maybe this applies this way, right? Because the Office of Personal Management is headed over by the OFAC is what I just read. So, but yeah,
That's it, Wicked. That's it right there. Uplift fallen humanity with your knowledge and live in peace. And there, you want to get back to heaven. The mindset is heaven. Your eyes on heaven. All you see is heaven.
so when I'm reading about the merit system, right? Like merit system, how? Like they're just flat out checking what you can and can't do, what you're capable of every single day of your life.
As far as what?
Uh, I- well, I was just reading about the Office of personal management being overseen by people that understand the merit system. And I was just trying to figure out if you knew that before I Googled it.
The office of personal management, I believe that's the office where that 181 that the individuals do. Have them go to office, if I'm not mistaken. I was just talking about the state created office known as person.
Excuse me. You say the state office. Okay.
All right, well, I got to get off, guys, because I got to get ready for this study group tonight. I'm gonna get me some food and wash up a little bit. I want to thank everybody, man. This one's probably about 6 hours, y'all. I want to thank everybody for coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for inviting me up. Y'all have a
Absolutely.
good day.
Love.
Peace,
Love
love, and
y'all.
light to everybody.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
You know it. I did go.
All day, all day, all day, any day. Damn day.